Watch how we flex, thinking real fresh, cause we out the best. Let's go. Yeah, we climb the highest, keep it the realest. Tall like a giant, cause you know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Yes, let's go. Let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. It's not a test, watch how we flex. When you kick it this fresh, can't help but be the best, let's go. Test, gotta impress. Who cares about who's next when you know that you the best? Let's work. Let's go. All right. Tall like a giant, 'cause you know that we're the biggest, we're the biggest, we're the biggest. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Struggle's all I know. Working hard to get mine and never letting go. Nothing's gonna stop me. I battle to the end. I'm gonna make you think twice if you come around and try me again. Yeah. Burn it up, got the fire in me. No one's stopping my victory. No dropping me to the ground, 'cause it's so then they fall. Me, I'm not wasting time, cause everyone dies, gets put in the ground. I'll take just what I got, rise to the top, my glory found. I'm the greatest, come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. Cause I'm the greatest, you're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it. I'm the greatest, I'm the tick-tock goes the clock on every life. No rest, no pain, I'm in overdrive. Get your beauty sleep, kick up your feet, yeah, waste it all. Me, I'm not stopping, I'm not dropping, yeah, they're gonna call me the greatest, come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. Cause I'm the greatest, you're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it. I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest.
Welcome everybody to the PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA qualifiers for Europe. This is it, the final day upon us. After today's 6 games, we will have the two teams decided to move on forward to the PUBG Mobile Super League for EMEA. The big leagues, the top dogs. But who's going to make it? I'm Imperium, joined by Neptura. How excited are you for today's games?
So excited, Imperium. Oh my goodness me, we've had such fun the last 2 days. Such amazing games coming in here, and I'm so excited because again, it all comes down to the wire. As you said, only the top 2 teams go forward, and we're really looking like it's going down to the last game because those points are still so close.
As excited as you are, as excited as I am, how excited are you guys in chat watching from at home? Let us know. Follow the socials. Use the hashtag PMSL EMEA Qualifiers EU. Finally wrote it down. I'm a professional. YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. Join the conversation again. Let us know. Let the teams know who you're supporting for. This is the final day. Every single volume of noise, metaphorically speaking, of course, given to your favorite team could make a big difference.
100%. We're all about that motivation because it is all down to mindset, and especially when you've got such a huge wall to climb coming into today. Only 5 more games to get to where these teams need to be.
5 or
but there's
6?
not many slots. Yeah, 6. 6 more games. Did I say 6? Did I say 5?
You said 5. It's okay.
Oh, well, it's 6. It's 6. It's fine. It's fine. Top 2 teams will advance, and it's looking so close. I mean, we had NEXUS yesterday with that back-to-back win yesterday, threatening Team Spirit and SBG's position. Then you had Dagestan 77 coming in there and just rocking the boat. And then 4RB towards the end of the night, they really stepped up, got a win, and got really close to the others.
Yeah, we will certainly be speaking further. This is just the formalities of letting everybody know, especially if you're new to PUBG Mobile Esports. This could be your first day checking out the competitive side of PUBG Mobile. If it is, welcome. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you here. You are in for a hell of a ride. 10 points for first place, 6 for second, and moves on down first. Your elimination will be a point. I said that just about correctly, but this is the overall rankings, right? Team Spirit start the day on top, but they're only 2 points ahead of NEXUS.
Only 2 points, and NEXUS can't be too comfortable either, right? You've only got 6 points between them and Dagestan. It's all to play for. This next game is going to be super important just because it's going to show us and the other teams who's feeling the vibes here tonight, who is going to be feeling really good and confident coming in here. I mean, NEXUS, yes, they had 3 back-to-back wins, right? But at the same time, they haven't been super consistent in the event so far. So are they going to be feeling very nervous tonight, or are they going to be feeling really confident? It's those kinds of things that this first match is really going to show people.
I was watching a video that an Instagram page called Pandemonium put out for the finals. Pandemonium. I'd recommend following the page on Instagram. It was created by Jason Kaplan and the Maxman himself, just to give news and information, and they did a kind of a tier list coming into the finals. And what I love is that none of them mentioned anything about Dagestan 77. The reason why I say I love it is because either did we. Nobody expected Dagestan 77 to be up there so heavily, and coming into this final day, they have a big opportunity to pull out a massive surprise, create a shock result, and qualify for the PUBG Mobile Super League.
It would be an amazing feat that, as you said, no one was going to expect. So all the more reason to try and do it, right? You got a really cool storyline coming in here of Dagestan really, really pushing for it. So we could see some really cool stuff from them. I mean, the some of the other teams, I think, as we said before, though, they're starting to lag behind a little bit. I think top
Yeah.
five, fifth to sixth was the cutoff at this point. There's about 30 points difference. Still very doable, right? We've seen 30-point games before, but in this rotation of maps with the way the players have been playing so far, I'm not sure that's possible.
Looking at the maps, it's standard stuff. Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel. Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel. We will end on the hollow grounds of where it all began. Simple as that. Yeah, I took a look at kind of the overall standings and made some quick point calculations. Only 18 points divide first and fourth. But there is that massive jump down of 36 points between fourth and fifth.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's pretty close between fifth and 10th. Only 26 points divide fifth and 10th. And I kind of put 10th as a cutoff point of having a really massive impact. And that leads to an interesting note that we alluded to yesterday. The bottom teams that realistically, both mathematically and, again, realistically, won't make it into the PMSL. How big an impact can they make in terms of nothing to lose, everything to play for?
100%. We're getting to kind of my favorite part of any tournament, right? The last day, where you're absolutely right. You know, you have 6 or 7 teams down there that will actually try and do something big, something bold, maybe a hot drop, maybe, you know, whatever. It is something that is going to throw a wrench in the works potentially for a lot of these teams, and it gives us some early action. It throws some challenges the winning teams' way. So I'm ready for this.
I spoke to Sneaks in what he was looking to do in the final game with his team, and his exact words were, well, we aren't making top 2, so let's just have fun and not die. Early kills. They do have an aim of wanting to be on the first page, which I think is fair and very valiant, but a big part of arguably how they're going to do that is by playing more aggressively than they have up until this point, or playing differently than they have up until this point, and going for kills and having fun. That's going to be the case for a lot of these teams down in the bottom, and we could see some fun coming down as the playing path moves across.
NEXUS coming in with a very northern start to their trajectory, I suppose. They're looting. I think they're probably just going to those vehicles, really, because they should be going down to Impala by all accounts, but we may see something happen, some change happen in their gameplay there. Definitely going to be one to watch in this first game, as we said before, but the zone is gone down to that center area, a little bit south down to Los Leones, but it's decent. It's nice. It's easy. It allows teams to actually play the way they want to play rather than chasing the zone all the time. So that's something that is going to give these teams the best shot possible to start the day in the right place. Mind Weapon got, you know, just talking about them, they've got quite a big split going across here onto the western side of El Hazahar, as we do see MABETEX and Lithuania, both of those two teams hot dropping once again. We've only got those 2 hot drops, 4RB and Rush as well as, but other than that, no hot drops coming in.
Yeah, that's pretty good stuff. I like that NEXUS dropped early, avoided any potential around Minas Generalis, got vehicles on the roadside, and are heading straight down the eastern roadside into Impala. Really good, safe start from NEXUS, because it can be difficult to find vehicles around Minas area without getting potentially caught out. So, yeah, very solid stuff.
TNL, another team that are going to have a good entrance inside of zone. Currently on their own down in Monte Nuevo. I think Poca or two of the Rush players might be trying to get out of that area, go down towards Monte Nuevo, but we'll have to see how that goes for now. As 4RB have a really nice split across this city. They can cover all these angles. So Rush down to just 3 at this point in time. I was gonna say it's a soggy start, but I don't think it is because it is Miramar. So I'm not sure soggy is the right word. I think it's just a wobbly start for them is what the word I'm gonna go with.
Maybe it's a duney start. I don't know. A sandy
Sure,
start,
sandy
a
start,
gravelly
yeah,
start,
that works.
a rocky start.
Yeah, rocky
a
start.
stony
I
start.
could have used rocky start. Man.
It's okay.
Oh,
It's
well.
okay. I got you. I
Next
am
time.
the thesaurus of PUBG Mobile,
You
but
are.
Rush are going to be the thorn in the side for 4 Romanian boys as Lawrence gets knocked. Royal maybe not fully aware where he is. Now he's going to see him in through the distance, but a shotgun shot put pens to paper for the side of Rush as they try and grab the eliminations onto 4 Romanian boys. And this is a dangerous engagement for 4 Romanian boys, right? They ended very strongly yesterday. They're in 7th. If they get a good start to the day, it could lead them really challenging up in the top spot. But they lose another player, and they're down to just a solo.
Just like that, 4RB throwing in the towel. How did they manage that? I mean, we know Rush's capabilities, right? We know what they can do. But it is really a thing of why are 4RB playing like this?
I think it's more so disconnected around a lack of information. They went for the engagement without having the information required. They certainly did good to get the first elimination and take advantage of that, but you really got to know. And in El Pozo, but even most Miramar cities per se, because it's so big, you can have players hiding in so many different angles, and that's what Rush used to their advantage.
One of the many reasons I really don't like El Pozo, so many angles to be surprised by, but Shockwave coming in, trying to surprise ALPI here. These two teams we've seen a lot of yesterday, right? Shockwave doing some really, really good work. ALPI stepping up quite a bit, I have to say. But now these two are going to go up ahead of each other, and Bago's got that angle.
Again, ALPI, team coming into this with nothing to lose, everything to gain. But Bago's going to be down on top of the roof as well. The off angle, someone goes down as well. So I'm not just saying someone because they don't know his name. That's his actual IGN, which I love. It's so easy to put on board. And Sandrick now going to be the last player alive for Team ALPI. And job done.
Nice. Well done, Shockwave. That was pretty standard stuff coming in there. One and done, right? Really just very quick engagement coming in there. And that's what you want to see, right?
Yeah, so quick.
You want to see that.
I know I'm not going to say ALPI made it easy for them because ALPI have shown a lot of strengths, but yeah, just Shockwave bulldozed them. Yeah, so good.
Yeah, a good job. It's something that I think a lot of teams would do well to try and emulate so often, right? Even in the last couple of days, we've seen teams just go on and on and on forever, and actually get third-partied or get taken out by the zone, NEXUS. So it's one of those things where you really have to be careful of that. There was years ago, I remember doing some work for some coaching, or last year sometime, and I was looking through the old Game Lord things, and it was really interesting to watch that they disengage if a fight was taking longer than 90 seconds. Which in game is not very long, but it shows you it was disciplined. They had it drilled in them, and I think a lot of teams need to do something similar.
Totally agree. Couldn't have said it better myself. I would say even Shockwave themselves have been a team who have evolved on the quickness of an engagement. In the qualifiers, they were way more disconnected, and they would engage slowly or just not in the same way, and they would either lose the fight in itself or they would get third party. So yeah, they a product of their own learnings for sure, as MABETEX and Lithuania continue to slow each other down, right? None of these teams are really coming out on top if they don't disengage at some point.
STK looking to grab some bonus points with a massive 3-1 split there. I mean, that's pretty huge as you have teams all moving into the center. It's a good position for them in this zone, but they got to do something that's more like a 2-2 split.
I love this circle shift. I was looking at phase one and I was thinking, we haven't really seen a phase one so kind of, calmly towards the middle of the map. Yeah, without knowing at the time where phase two was going to go, could have threatened more towards Los Leones. But I was like, this is the nicest Miramar phase one we've seen, and phase two is even better. I low-key would love to see a Picado finish, but in terms of the high heels of La Bandita, outside Los Leones, even outside Picado on that Picado hill, lots of opportunity, loads of position teams can lock down.
Spirit trying to make some moves in here as well as Nexus. Nexus actually having a much sooner rotation, right, than we're used to seeing. We're usually seeing them going quite late, and they're actually moving in very early. They're going to make butt heads a little bit with the the mind weapon. There we go, as they come flying over those ridge lines. So we'll have to see how that works out for them. They do have one down, rather, so it is just down to 3 for the mind weapon. And Lithuania, very bold move through MABETEX there. I'm surprised no shots were taken, but Lithuania do get away here.
I kind of am happy that MABETEX didn't take shots, because I feel like Lithuania would have stopped a little bit later up the road and have waited for them. So I'm glad that at least one of these teams decided to fully disengage and the other allowed the disengagement to happen, and now both teams can set their sights on getting somewhere into the circle, or at least out of the blue inside this phase two.
I will say La Bandita is up for grabs, so if Lithuania could hold on to that eastern side of La Bandita, that could be a really cool thing for them. They do have to watch out for Nexus, though. Nexus are down to that south side as well. Other two teams outside, though, in here, and we have Leo just coming in with the zone right now, and of course 4RB as well. Rush made a really rush rotation coming in there. They're at the base of Picado. They're mid-circle. They're good to go.
What a day yesterday for SBG. Started the day in second place, dropped down, came back up and ended the day in fourth place. I don't think anybody would have expected this coming into the finals, none less themselves. This is a big, big day. I'm kind of putting them on my radar more than Nexus, Dagestan, and Team Spirit.
Well, they have a good position. Graveyard is a really nice spot, but now the zone's moved to that south side. Picado is still inside, so we could still have a Picado finish, but it looks like it's going to center up probably next time around that crater, which is just about the worst possible position you can grab. And so it's going to be a really tough circle. It's going to be really tough, and so SBG, they're going to have to clear out Mind Weapon, I think.
Could we see a team full send it to that compound that's in the center of the crater now? Would you agree with that? Like, do you think it's a good idea?
I wouldn't like it, but I would understand it. It is doable to just survive, right? Like the valley mentality, right? If you got two teams on either ridge and you're below, they're really just fighting at each other, and no one can take shots at you without getting shot by the guy on the other side, right? So in that sense, yes, but in every other sense, no.
I love it. It's two coins, right? The two sides of a coin. The good side, the bad side, and you flip it and you hope for the best. I agree that not going there, but I'd understand it for sure. either side of the valley is extremely valuable because it has high ground, but that in itself poses risks because it's still quite center on the edge of that valley, right? So you got to be careful that you're not getting stabbed in the back from teams coming out from the outside into the circle. Lithuania takes shots against MABETEX. I don't know how, but they managed to find themselves again. What the hell?
I know. They're still outside of zones. They tried to disengage and it didn't work.
It's like just magnets just attracted to each other. It's like, you know, it's like they can't stop bickering. They're like an old couple that can't stop arguing, you know?
100%. Oh my goodness me. There goes the nade. Nicely done. Woodson does go down a little bit there, gets knocked, has to get revived. Rolkus with the bandages. And the shots, there we go. Psyox with that off angle. Beautiful stuff against Rolkus there. The mini is just king right now. I love it so much. I've loved the mini since 2019. So I'm so here for everybody using minis on Miramar.
One thing that I've quickly noted compared to the first Miramar game yesterday, there's a lot less players in the lobby in phase 3, right? The end of the circle. There's 15 teams, but there's 50 players. So a lot of teams have lost a number of players. 4 Romanian boys down to solo. Lithuania down to a duo. MABETEX nearly down to a duo. So yeah, technically a little bit more space coming into this phase 4 circle.
A little bit, but I think that's also taken up by craters, and I mean we have 2 edges, one edge of La Bandita, which is a crater, and then that middle crater, which I will say the mind weapon have gone for that little compound in there, and I think they're just gonna hunker down, try and take some shots where they can, but their best option there is a survival strategy in that compound. It's really the only way to do it. Oh.
Robs jump shots with the DBS off the back of a nade that trickled down to members of Shockwave. A big fight now for SPG as they look to claim their spot back up in towards the top 2, and that's it. Shots are fired, hands are raised, Shockwave are down, and SPG pick up a couple of points.
Wow, just taking out their countrymen right there. That's a rip for them. But I tell you what, Shockwave don't go out empty-handed. 5 eliminations coming in there. You're looking good. It's okay. So not the best start. Again, as with so many of these results, not the best, but it's not the worst either, right? 5 eliminations is pretty good stuff for that first game, for that warm-up game, especially if you're put in a tough position. But we look forward now. SPG going up against Team KASIK. Looks like KASIK tried to third-party this a little bit, but ended up being slightly too late, and so now they're going to have to find another way to push in. Yeah, it looks like SPG, to be honest, have a pretty good hold on this spot.
And there's nobody behind them, essentially, right? They have this typical edge of circle play that SPG love to work with and love to control from, so they're in very familiar territory as the blue zone from phase 4 closes. And we didn't really note where phase 4 shifted. It went up north, away from Los Leones, away from Cado. The crater area that we talked about is still very much in play. We'll shoot to kill, and the Nameless fight on in, and Team Spirit are looking for a third party. The top team in the lobby, they're taking a little bit of a risk, but they have to come in from outside of the circle in towards the edge part of this play. The building is going to be ablaze with mollies and nades. Discrim onto Leo in the background. Kitsune gets a knock on the striker, finds the elimination, and now shoot to kill need to focus onto Team Spirit.
I almost wish that Spirit had come in a little bit more forcefully. They're just hanging around on that ridge a little too much for me, but maybe it's because the nades are still flying, and they will continue to fly for a little while, but that's a brilliant nade. That's another knock. Come on, that's got to be the push now, right?
No, but because you have the warehouse on the other side, you just can't be too comfortable with that. Hell, they might opt to disengage from that and take the one elimination they've gotten and move around. Get very clever. They can still play third party. They can still play gatekeeper, but in a much safer position. And that's it. Kitsune finds it incredibly valuable from Team Spirit. That's how you do it, guys. Simple as that.
Yeah, very nicely done from them. Yeah, it was really good. I mean, maybe they could have still done the push, but honestly, this is better. This is
Oh,
better, but
no.
maybe not.
Oh,
Shoom gonna take
no.
out not Kitsune. How dare you? But Shoom is gonna take 1 point for himself. TNL still in the running here. Takimi, just gets through the door in time.
Here's the thing. Team Spirit had only gotten eliminations onto the members of Shoot to Kill, so they arguably maybe didn't really have a full idea or full scope of another team being inside this compound. So they were a little bit caught with their pants down, but again, when you add the context of them maybe not knowing, it's one of those things that can happen in PUBG Mobile. But you know what? They've angered the beast. They've awoken Team Spirit, the Nameless have. And you know who's going to be the benefactors of that waking up? The rest of the lobby, because I can tell you Spirit are going to be angry with that one, but not before Shuma's going to try and do the job as Naomi tries to survive. Naomi with the shotgun, he's going to take a ton of damage, but Naomi is the only player to survive, and this is phase 5 blue.
Oh, ouch. Oh, that did not go well for them. And look at Discrim. He's able, as that solo, to wrap around, get ahead of Spirit.
No way.
Spirit may have gotten 5 eliminations, but at what cost? Imperium just down to that solo Naomi. We've seen him do cool stuff, but this zone is so tough.
I don't fully hold that against Team Spirit because I celebrated how they moved around. It's just one of those things that can happen. Still as a solo. Dagestan 77 as a 3-man team. They're inside the southern edge of the circle. The mine weapon to the left of them. S2 to the right of them in a juicy compound. Surrounded by the open fields. S2 are looking very good inside this phase 5.
Team KASIK got a massive split as well. You got that 1-2, 2 in the compound to the north side and 1 on that ridge side. I do like where they're coming from here. I think it's actually a really heads up play coming in, because either which way the zone goes, they can just group up with minimal risk to themselves. So I do like this from them. Yeah, it's going to look really, really good for them. The Mind Weapon have survived. They've actually moved mostly outside of that compound, as you can see through Leo there. You do see the Mind Weapon have moved out. Naomi's moved in, though. I'm not sure that smoke was really the best idea, but that's okay. I suppose they all saw him get there, so that's all right. But Dagestan, we have to talk about Dagestan Imperium. They've done good stuff. They're looking good.
Now they have to rack up the eliminations. They need to start to find the points required to continue to fight in towards the top 2 spots. Rush team, SPG, get another. They're up to 7 eliminations. Nexus are up to 3 and they're still alive as a full squad. SPG to the northwest. Nexus to the southeast. The next circle, where is it going to go? You have a road in the middle. Kapahala is already there, and that is a beautiful starting point for the rest of the Nexus crew to join up with their leader of the pack. As Dagestan are going to have to move away, but so are S2. Again, into the open fields. It's not going to be easy for S2. I'd recommend they take their time, wrap around, and probably go for that fight against Dagestan if they can.
I love that from Nexus, by the way. That's really thrown a wrench in the works for Team KASIK. They had a beautiful little split all set up, and Kapahal has just come in right in the middle of that. So Nexus now are going to be able to have that information about Team KASIK, and it's not going to go well for them. Potentially here is Dagestan taking shots over onto the Mind Weapon. I don't know how the Mind Weapon got out of that crater.
Just good teamwork and communication with having one player either side in front. It gave way more scope of information, and because you only have one player Spirit and Dagestan may be looking more towards S2, right? Nobody really kind of focused on the bottom of that crater, and yeah, they get out of it.
S2 now looking to make their move inside. That compound cannot hold them forever. They're actually one of many teams that have to come in, right? Dagestan is nearly a full team and they've got to move in, but they've not really made that many moves to do so just yet. They're on that very edge. S2 as well as Nexus. I'm surprised that Nexus have not started sooner in that. I can see why they may be trying to keep some time, but now you got S2 coming in the middle. Remember, Kapahala, as much as he's got his team behind him, he's only a solo out there.
Yeah, I agree that I expected Nexus to join up with, or at least closer to where Kapahala is earlier off the back of the circle shifting, but now they start to make their way, not before S2 are shooting in their direction. Kapahala is doing as much of a strong job to create that metaphorical bubble for the rest of the team to join up with them. KASIK, though, as a three-man team, they have a 2-1 split quite heavily, sandwiching the Romanian might as S2 takes a ton of damage. Exo Machina with a beautiful nade, trying to finish off a member of S2 while looking in towards the direction of KASIK. Nexus taking multiple fights at once, but they're doing it with calmness, with composure. Exo Machina goes down, unfortunately, but can the rest of the team get the revive?
It's gonna be a tough one. I mean, you do have that cover. Nexus are really good at providing cover for their teammates, but KASIK have got a pretty good angle on top of them. S2 as well, looking down at them. It is gonna be a difficult one for Nexus to pull off. Dagestan take care of S2 though, 2 up at the top getting knocked. So Nexus now just have to think about KASIK. But I tell you what, KASIK still got that 2-1 split.
They do, and that can work certainly in their favor. It's up to Exishipa to not really get knocked down, right? And as the circle shifts once again, a lovely donut shape, and look who's all under lonesome on the western side of the circle. It is SBG.
It sure is. It sure is. They've just taken out Leo there. Now S2 looking to take down Nexus, and they have an excellent opportunity to do that. Dagestan got fended off a little bit there. S2 just down to a solo right now, but that solo could do so many things. It's Wandu at the helm on that front line, but an A could be too much for him. He does evade it, though.
S2 need to be cleared out by Nexus before Nexus can really think about making into the circle. And now finally Nexus deal with S2. They have KASIK on the lower ground in towards the northern side. 2 of their players looking firmly. Where's Kapahala? Kapahala needs to be that distraction. They can't allow bullets to be shot too heavily towards their teammates. Exo Machina, that car is nearly blown up. He makes it away out a little bit of the cover of KASIK. Glad he survived, but that was definitely a risk.
I really need Nexus just to move up, right? They're still hanging on to a little bit of that edge, a little bit too on the low ground there. S2 got taken out. Use that position. Dagestan aren't really there anymore. They're not looking in that direction, but Nexus insist on taking this lower ground, which has less angles onto KASIK, and so KASIK are being allowed to elongate this fight.
But I also think Nexus are using a more defensive way to find a more calculated level of aggression. I understand where you're coming from, but sometimes the high ground isn't actually as valuable as you think, especially in Phase 7. Right, this is Phase 7. If you've already been in the high ground, staying there, but moving onto the high ground this late is a big risk. So I appreciate the discipline that Nexus are shown. Plus, still as a full squad, they have a lot of manpower, a lot of eyes, and a lot of information.
True. That ridge there is giving them good cover from the teams up above, so I will give you that one. Dagestan, though, on the top side, one of the teams on that high ground, just a duo. Team KASIK still have that 3-1 split. That seems to be doing pretty good for them so far. Nexus, I don't think even know he's there, but they do now. Somebody's taking shots at them from above.
Does Sheba not have a nade? Like 2-3 nades, and that could be 2 or 3 players in Nexus taken out. I gotta presume he doesn't, but
Oh,
he does
there
have
we
a gun. He
go.
has bullets. He's gonna shoot on up, finds one. But the rest of KASIK need to push forward. They need to swarm. They need to sandwich their players from Nexus. Kapahala remaining composed, looking into the direction of the two KASIK players.
Yeah, they're just not seizing the moment enough, are they? Like, I know Kapahala is still shooting up at them, but come on, they're distracted. You've got those ridges, you've still got the vehicles. Do something about it. There we go. Kapahala's down. Now is the order to push. It has to be if KASIK want to win this.
But they're not. The blue zone is going to push them, of course, a little bit more forward. I think maybe they're a little bit worried that SPG could get involved in third party. I think that's a justifiable reason for them not to push.
True.
Don't know how easy it is for them to use vehicles. The most important thing is that Redox will get revived up and Nexus will stay as a 3-man team. Phase 8 closing in, and we still have 5 teams, 12 players alive. SPG, Nexus, KASIK, Dagestan, and Team Spirit. The solo player from Team Spirit, by the way, still in this game. Miraculously, I don't know how he's held on, but by God, he's given his team a hell of a lot of placement points. But now Nexus Gaming, Exo Minchina steps on up. A sliver of health on both of his teammates. But again, he's staying alive. He's surviving. And now Exo coming in through the smoke. It's too little, too late. You mixed your opportunity, my friends. And now Nexus, the remaining team, they're going to batter, they're going to bruise, they're going to punish, and they get another elimination. 4 teams left. But now the next fight starts. It's between SPG and Nexus. SPG finding the pieces, finding the moments to strike as Phase 9 is their home, their center point, and they take out Nexus Gaming. 3 teams left. Would you believe it? The top 4 teams in this game were the top 4 in the overall standings. Even KASIK in 5th, they were the top 5 team. We are starting the final day of the finals. The way it's going to continue on with the teams at the top battling for the points, battling for the top 2 spots, and it's SPG, the Seal Chicken Dinner number 1 of the day.
I said today this first game was going to be the tell of how these teams are feeling. At the moment, the top 5 are feeling great. They know what they're supposed to be doing here. But I tell you what, who is feeling the best is SBG. They're here to fight. They know they had a rougher day yesterday, but they are back. They are wanting that win, but they're gonna have to be careful because, again, the top 5 were the top 5 in the standings, so everybody is thinking the same thing.
Yeah, and I said I was kind of looking more SPG in today's first game because they come with a lot of weight, right? They were put up as an S-tier team by Maxon justifiably. Not quite there for Jason Kaplan. And that is so true. And they've always evolved within tournaments. They've always evolved throughout the years. And this was the perfect way to make that full evolution and to show all the teams that, hey, we may have jittered a little bit yesterday, but not today. This is what we want. We will take PMSL EMEA by storm.
I mean, if you think about where these teams are actually in relation to each other, right? Nexus only 4 points behind Team Spirit, and now it's just a little bit more. SBG, we're only 5 points behind Dagestan or Nexus, I can't remember which one. But now they're way ahead of almost everybody, I think, here with 23 points. I mean, it's far and away what the rest of them were able to do. So it's looking so good for them. Good for everybody. It means it's all still close.
It's like a feature film where you have the 4 main actors and just all the rest are supporting roles. That's kind of how it feels for the top 4. With all due respect to KASIK, they still only got 7 points in that game, and considering they were 36 points behind SPG in 4th, they needed an SPG level performance. But it is what it is. They'll keep on fighting as game 1 is over just like that. I cannot believe it. Join us in a couple of minutes for game number 2 on Sanhok.
test. Watch how we flex, kicking real fresh, cause we out the best. Let's go. Yeah, we climb the highest, keep it the realest. Tall like a giant, cause you know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Yes, let's go. Alright. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. It's not a test. Watch how we flex. When you kick it this fresh, can't help but be the best. Let's go. This is not a test. Gotta impress. Who cares about who's next when you know that you the best? Let's work. Yes, let's go. Alright. Tall like a giant, 'cause you know that we're the biggest, we're the biggest, we're the biggest. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go.
PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA qualifiers for EU. The last day. This is where it all ends. We've had one game down, still 5 more to go. Like, I can't really express them, Tor, in words. How excited I am for these games. From what we've just seen in the first game of the day, but of course what we will see for the rest of the day. It's incredible.
It is. It is. I mean, if you think about the next game being Sanhok, yes, please. First of all, that's immediate hype right there. But also, yes, you're right. We're going over to the overalls now. We're gonna see how close they all still are. SBG only did enough to get across Dagestan there, 2 points ahead of them. I'm honestly surprised by that. What?
Not to like.
Oh.
Is this?
Oh.
Is this right?
I.
Maybe it is.
What?
I don't know if this makes sense
I-
because we
KASIK?
get given the information around like the overall standings and that doesn't match what we're getting. I don't want to like Mr. Producer, but I don't know if the overall points are actually right compared to what's in the production group. Either way, what is an important thing to...
Oh, right, yeah.
I don't know how true this is. I feel like this is... I don't even know what to make of this. I'm a little bit like... I don't know. I don't know what information is correct, guys. But presuming this is correct, SPG have still gotten themselves very close to Team Spirit. I don't think it is correct. I think a different leaderboard is correct.
Yeah, I think
one thing that's the same in both is Team Spirit are still in first, by the way. Team Spirit are still in first. That's one thing that I believe is categorically true. Team Spirit are still first. And amongst all of the madness of SPG winning, SPG kind of dropping a few points, Nexus rising up, Dagestan kind of staying in it, but not staying in it. Across all of that, Team Spirit are still first.
They're still first, man. And that's just, they've been first, barring, you know, one or two matches coming in here. They've been first pretty much all weekend. But I think the other thing that is fairly the same between our two different feeds that we're getting, though, is that KASIK are quite a bit below the rest of the top 5, right? KASIK are several points behind in a way that it's feeling a little bit uncomebackable.
Yeah, I would kind of agree. Nothing's impossible, I believe, and they deserve to be somewhat mentioned. But like you, I haven't included them in the race yet. In my eyes, it's still top 4 fighting for 2 positions. Even Dagestan 77, by the way, in that previous game, didn't get as many points as I kind of thought they would, considering where they were in the map. And that has hurt them a tiny bit in the overall rankings. As we get into game 2, we will look to clarify, by the way, the overall standings as soon as we have the information.
Yeah, there's currently much discussion coming in on our side, so we're gonna have a little look-see and see what we can amend there, if there is anything to be amended. But the teams will be looking to amend all these attitudes from all these teams coming in and thinking they can win, because there's only going to be one winner here, Imperium. Only one winner on Sanhok, and the Mind Weapon and Rush look to be battling it out ASAP over in Ruins. I love Ruins. It's one of my very favorites, and I'd love to see a hot drop here. It could be so interesting. Very dynamic place to be playing.
Again, I'm still waiting for clarification on which leaderboard is the correct one. The Mind Weapon gonna find an initial elimination onto a member of Rush. Last day, nothing to lose. You mentioned hot drop. Yeah, I don't really like a Runes hot drop, but if we're gonna get it, might as well be in the last day.
100%, you're so right, and it means all that much more, right? When you look at that zone, it's gone down to that South Island almost completely there. So these teams on that north side and the eastern side going to be really trying to push forward. Oh, nice little spray from Mori. Is going to get that finish pretty much immediately there. But, you know, when you think about how little of a map this actually is, these teams are really going to be pushed together when it comes to those sides of the zone that they need to get into. Rush and the Mind Weapon, on the other hand, they have no impetus to get into any zone, but there is an enemy right next to them. It is going to be Rush. It is going to be the Mind Weapon for them. Oh, a little flick of the wrist, and there goes one. Can they get another? Sneaks does go down. It's just up to Vama now. Vama down to just 2 players left. He is going to try and maybe get his teammate if he can, but no. Rogo has his own troubles on the other side there. And Kimu is going to go down, unfortunately. Mind Weapon, not a good start. I'm not sure why they split so far apart here. I wonder if they thought Rush was going to go over to those buildings. But if they did decide this intentionally, this was not the decision to make.
If you're going to kind of hot drop in Ruins, in my opinion, you kind of got to hot drop as a full squad.
Right.
There tends to be kind of a decent chunk of loot in Ruins that all 4 members of the team in some way should be able to pick up a weapon, especially if you get the engagement advantage. But again, both these teams really nothing to lose, so why not have a bit of fun?
100%. I mean, the Mind Weapon, they're not really getting those eliminations they were looking for either, to be fair. Only 1 so far. It's not fantastic. I think Vama really needs to prioritize survival here rather than eliminations. He could move out of this position now if he wanted to, but it is going to be too late soon, very soon, as they start pushing on up. STK and MABETEX, full push.
No. Like, with all due respect to both these teams, did you see what I saw in the elimination feed?
No, I didn't.
Dagestan took out a member of Team Spirit. That's going to be an interesting one as this fight starts to break out. MABETEX Haisu trying to hold on, gets one, gets two. Can he look for the 3-4? Knocking the door, 5-6. Pick up the sticks, get the eliminations as MABETEX trying to survive in Painan. And Inge knocked at stick, the last player alive for shoot to kill.
Oh, never mind. Never mind, shoot to kill, go on out, continuing that trajectory of just not being able to make it there. 1 point on the board, but it is not going to be enough when you come into the thought that there's only 4 games left after this. Only 4 left, and Kitsune is the one who's down. Kitsune gets thirsted, gets finished, gets eliminated. I mean, the one good thing about being IGL, you can still IGL from the grave, but man, it's going to be tough.
On a side note, to give some clarification on the overall standings, this is how it currently stands. Team Spirit at first on 164. SBG in second on 158. Nexus Gaming in third on 152, and Dagestan 77 in fourth on 145. There's still only 19 points dividing first and fourth.
So close. It's so close as Rush team take out not 1 but 2 different teams as Lithuania start to make a really good push there, but they were unable to manage it. The DBS still just too strong. But now S2 have decided to have a little bit of a nosy over here. Team Spirit in the background, you can see them now. But Rush just not allowed to have any sort of break whatsoever. Just down to 2, but it's been a really good defense from them. 7 eliminations so far. Can they add 3 more to that total?
Wait.
What?
23.
Imperium's counting. It's gonna be good. What's he got?
No. Okay. I still need to find clarification. Okay. Okay. I didn't notice one thing that we've added for the last day is you have the live overall rankings at the very top of the screen, going from left to right, so you can see where teams stand in the overall rankings. That we haven't had that through the days of the finals, as far as I remember. So you can see right now, it's still showing Team Spirit with 146 points. Again, I'm still going to look to find clarification. Maybe it is 146 points. If so, then the other information I gave is wrong. I'm sorry for confusing everybody. I might just shut my mouth now.
Yeah. No, it's all good. We got all the numbers. We got lots of numbers to bounce around while we wait for the next fight to happen here. S2 look to disengage from Rush. They've decided, you know what? It's really not worth it, man. So we have actually nobody on that northern side. SBG also moving down to the quarry edge, but they don't want to move too far in, I have to say, because you do have Shockwave, you have KASIK, you have ALPI over on that south side. The zone centers up nicely, no more water. But look, Leo, a botation.
Oh my god, it's a miracle. It may have happened in the final day, but the botation has been successfully pulled off. On a side note, by the way, we didn't really talk about the Phase 1 circle. It's kind of been the trickiest circle we've had in Sanhok across the finals, encapsulating all 3 islands. Luckily, Phase 2 shifted down south. Still mainland in play, but it seems like it's going to be a southwest island finish.
It sure is, and I love to see it because that's a fun Sanhok right there. We don't often see it. It always goes north, but we will see some action now as Reflect does go out for Team KASIK. They're going to be unable to get him up and running, and it's Shockwave again to be thwarting these teams over onto the southern side.
So, just to clarify the clarification, based off the clarification of the situation. The live rankings that you see on the top of your screens, guys, that is correct as it should be, as it's based off API. I'm just repeating what my producers told me. That's it. Let's move on to this game, because let's be fair, it's probably going to change, so we shouldn't really be dwelling on it too much. SPG still in the mainland.
SPG with still 0 eliminations coming in here. We've noticed since yesterday playing a much slower game overall, right? They're having those really early rotations, but they're really prioritizing that position versus that actual like aggression full send sort of thing. They're getting the early rotations, getting a position, and then playing from there slowly. So I'm gonna be watching them, keeping my beady little eyes on them as KASIK move in as a full squad in one car. They are so lucky there's no one here as they make a complete northern rotation. No, that's not them. That's NEXUS. Hang on, I got them confused. NEXUS coming in from the North Island here. That is very bold.
Painan has Dagestan and MABETEX occupy. I don't know why I suddenly started breaking the song. It just felt right.
He's singing, everybody. I need
I don't know
the emojis in the chat.
I don't know how much I like Dagestan being in the north side of Painan. Arguably, based off the circle, the weaker part of Painan, because not only are you on the kind of shorter side of the circle, you are going to have to cross and not only face other teams, but MABETEX as well. So I worry about Dagestan's position.
I would agree with that, to be honest. Dagestan, it's a weak position at best if you're thinking about longevity. I would much prefer them to do something over that northern bridge area on the right side of the of the circle of the river, rather. Oh, well, and here we go. The zone is going to make us liars again. I don't think we're completely wrong here, but it is suddenly become a much stronger spot. However, the only thing is that SBG are looking to maybe try and gatekeep / clear some of the Painan teams, and Dagestan are going to be the first to go if that's the case.
Okay, ALPI in the center of the circle compound on the side of the road, either side. SHOCKWAVE have a fantastic position as well. They have information by the river. They have information towards Painan. And they're going to be able to gatekeep the likes of KASIK. So yeah, SHOCKWAVE looking good.
I really like where SHOCKWAVE is headed in this kind of trajectory as to just flooring it, trying to get out, but Effect is not going to allow them to do that whatsoever. Heaven just about comes out on top, but never mind. They've moved into ALPI, and ALPI is the one to take them down. Much, much needed points for them. That's going to be 2 for reverse now.
By the way, there's now only 10 points dividing the top 4. You do realize that?
Oh my
10
God,
points. It's even more exciting than what we thought. 10 points. That's nothing. With 5 games to go, 10 points dividing the top 4, with the top 2 moving into the PUBG Mobile Super League. You couldn't ask for better. Sanhok Rage's on rush team push in, but they're going to go up against the side of Nameless. And the Nameless named them, shamed them, take down rush team.
That is just insane. I don't think I've seen a quicker dismantlement of a team coming in there, but Rush really held on to everything they had there. 7 eliminations after that back-to-back, kind of to back, words are failing me. The engagement, there we go. I will use that, that's fine. Really good points for a Sanhok. Fine, it's all good. We move on, though, to the top 10. as Nexus continuing that really long rotation. They're still out in the blue, just coming in behind TNL now. They're looking for those eliminations, but more important, they're looking for that position. They're looking for that opening that's very quickly dwindling.
It is quickly dwindling. But Nexus, they know what to do at the best of times, and they're going to find the elimination onto the Nameless. Up to one elimination now to kick off Sanhok. Oh no, the snakes in the grass strike. That's what Sanhok is known for. Kappa loses his life. But let's be fair, much like Kitsune for Team Spirit, Kappa is still IGL from the grave.
Yeah, right. 100%, absolutely. The zone continues to center up on Painan. I did not expect the zone to go this direction,
I know, right?
But it has. MABETEX right in the middle, Dagestan as well. SPG decide to move onto this side of the river, so it's all up for grabs. And look who's there, Team Spirit just rolling around on those hills above Painan. They've got a fantastic position to go forward.
One thing to note as well is a little bit similar to Miramar, only arguably quicker naturally. We're down to 10 teams, 31 players. This is the final day craziness that happens in these kind of tournaments. Where just nothing to lose, desperation, having fun, all of these elements. And then you have the top 4 teams, in this case, trying to handle it all and get the points needed to qualify for the PUBG Mobile Super League. Ladies and gentlemen, this is absolutely fantastic what we're witnessing while Leo Esports try and survive against KASIK.
It's a tough ask, to be honest. Leo are down to just 2, but there is some healing having to be done here, and over the top, he could... Oh, nicely done, but the zone is going to take him down anyway. I was going to say he could have just jumped over the rock, and that would have been a super cool move, but hey, that gets the job done as well. It's all good, but Nexus, not going to like that now, just down to a solo. Who is this?
Oh, no. Leo
Sanhok. The man,
feels
the myth,
bad, man.
The legend. It does feel bad.
The Nameless are going to take him out. The Kami finishes the job, and Nexus are down to a solo player, by the way, with only 1 elimination. It's going to be a handful, per se, of placement points, maybe only 1, 2, as they go down. 7 teams are left. Feels sad, man. It's going to hurt them in the overall standings, because guess what? Dagestan, SBG, and Team Spirit are still in this game.
I mean, yeah, somebody said in chat the consistency from the top 4 is just insane, and you have to agree with them, right? I mean, like, what? Yeah. To have them top 4 consistently in every single game. I mean, I know it's only 2 games, but they've been here since yesterday as well. You know, really consistent on that front. We see it again here. Dagestan, SBG, Spirit, they're all here. You've got Shockwave, you've got MABETEX, you've also got ALPI as well, on nearly a full squad on ALPI's side. So it's interesting to watch, you know, this little mix, but you've got to look at those top 3.
Like, that's an average of between 10.4 and 11.4 points per game between the top 4.
Wow.
Every single game. That's incredible.
Tough.
That for every other team that ever wants to get to that point, that's kind of what you need to achieve. That's why consistency is so key. I'll always talk about it. I'll always harp on about it. And to make it even crazier for Team Spirit, they haven't even won a game with that stat. They haven't even won a game.
Oh my god, they still haven't won a game.
Yeah, I know.
All right, you know what I need them to do? I need them to continue this trajectory and never get a win. I need that in my life. That would be so funny.
Really?
Yes. 100%.
Let's see if they can pull it off. Shockwave, they're pulling off the impossible on the southern escorts of this circle. They pick up a couple more eliminations on towards ALPI. And I think knowing that, okay, they have an entry point across the road with Wagner, but it's still not going to be easy for the rest of the team to join him. Picking up all the eliminations they can are great. On a side note, I love this position from Team Spirit. They've held this down for the last couple of circles, and I think it's such a strong part of the circle to play through.
Yeah, Team Spirit's position is just fantastic because that ridge is wide enough where if you prone, you're not going to be seen by either side, right? So if you are in a bit of a bind, if you do get sandwiched slightly, it's not going to be the worst thing in the world to happen. You can try and focus as much as possible on one side or the other because the width of that ridge allows you to do so. Spirit do need to push on up, and that's where you kind of get Shockwave's angle coming from. But ALPI, someone is in that building, someone is his name. And he could prove a little bit of a detrimental aspect to Spirit, but I don't think he's going to be that much of a bother. I think I'm more worried about Shockwave at this point.
Six teams left, 19 players alive. Team Spirit with 2. MABETEX holding a fort with 4 in Painan. But now Dagestan need to cross, and they're only a 1 elimination into this game. They're going to have the likes of SPG looking at them, MABETEX themselves gatekeeping an entry point across the river. And this is what I worried about. I may have expected it earlier in the game, but this is what I worried about with Dagestan 77.
Good proactiveness from Spirit, to be honest. I worried that that's going to make them lose the game overall in terms of that positioning, especially with this full send coming in, this regroup. They do get the job done. I just don't think this is the place for them to really go. Naomi does go on down. And see, especially as MABETEX and Dagestan, they're both they're both at it together. There's not much worry for them.
And now MABETEX fight against Dagestan. Zadira is going to get the trade, gets an odd one through the window. Peekaboo, I see you. Blue, Dagestan 77, wipe out MABETEX. I may have worried about them, but they didn't worry about themselves. They win the fight, and more importantly, they will keep themselves alive as a full squad. But guess who's swarming in? The buzzards, the bees of SPG, looking to clean up Dagestan 77 on the edge of the circle, the low ground, and with Team Spirit avoiding the high ground. They have all the space. I don't know how much information they have, but we know that SPG are free to pick up the shots, pick up the eliminations onto Dagestan 77.
Team Spirit somehow just down to a solo. Effect is the only one left alive, but at this point it does not matter. Dagestan doing good work here. SPG only have 1 elimination so far. How have they managed that and getting top 4? But Effect does go down. It is a good result, but is it enough as Narvalo goes down as well?
Team Spirit are taken down. We have 3 teams left alive. Dagestan 77, Shockwave, and SPG. It's a 2-man team for SPG against a potentially full squad of Dagestan. I don't think SPG are going to let this happen. They're going to create defense by using offense. The smokes are giving a bit of space to Dagestan, but another knock by Snokes finds the angle. Shockwave, though, coming in from behind, stabbing their French compatriots in the back, but it's every man, woman, child, nationality for themselves, because Shockwave, they want to put themselves in with a fight. They want to turn this final day around in their favor. They're going to deny, potentially, Dagestan a chicken dinner in this Sanhok game, and they do it wonderfully. Shockwave with the win.
Well done. Bravo, Shockwave. A good, solid, strong win coming in from them. They had all the angles. It's so open down where they were, and they pushed in really, really nicely. So a really good job from Shockwave. Really well timed, really well calculated.
They were coming into this game, by the way, in 6th place on 78 points. Now, as context, that's still a good 60 points behind Dagestan 77. So by no means are they within the fight for the top 4, the top 2. But in terms of overtaking KASIK and being the best of the rest, really good result from SHOCKWAVE. Well done.
Yeah, absolutely a really good job from them. We also saw Dagestan, though, do a really good job there. They held that position. We
Yeah.
didn't like their position for the majority of that game, but tell you what, they got it done. They got it sorted. So at the end of the day, second place is not going to be the worst thing in the world.
I think both Dagestan and SHOCKWAVE also benefited from Team Spirit not staying on that Painan high ground. I think if Team Spirit had stayed on the high ground, it would have been game over for Dagestan and SHOCKWAVE, and even possibly SPG. So a slight missed opportunity of arguably still fantastic results from Team Spirit as they pick up 7, SPG pick up 7, and Dagestan pick up 13. Where's NEXUS? They're nowhere in this top 8. That's going to hurt them.
Right. Yeah, it is. I'm flabbergasted by the amount of teams that have 7 points here. 5 teams in the top 8 have 7 points, which is just a crazy thing. But yeah, NEXUS 2 points only. I mean, Team ALPI and Leo got more points than that. They were able to survive far further into the game than NEXUS were, even though NEXUS had that crazy rotation all the way to the north side, all the way around, which I don't hate. I think that was a good, strong rotation coming in from them, but the problem is they left it so long, they spent so much time in the blue that actually by the time they got to the open side of zone, it wasn't open anymore. Everybody had gone there.
I'm curious what this does to the overall standings, because remember I said Dagestan were only 10 points behind Team Spirit. And the points that Dagestan got, I don't think it was as high as 10 more than Team Spirit, but it should make the overall standings of the top 4 a lot closer. You know what, though?
Yeah.
You're going to have to wait to find out. Join us after a short break as we will find out it all and head over to Erangel. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA qualifiers for Europe. The final day, the last day, the be-all and end-all. It's do or die, it's now or never. Whatever cliche you want to throw out there. We're into game number 3. Let's head on over to the correct overall standings as we see things pan out.
Wow.
Yeah, Natura, what can we even say?
Yeah.
Like, what can we even say?
Well, there's still 10 points between first and fourth, so I mean that's very consistent from all these teams. NEXUS still managing to squeak by there. Dagestan, GG's, moving ahead of SBG, but just by 4 points. But you know what? When it's this close, 4 points is all you need. It feels like a mile, to be honest. But gosh, Shockwave coming in there against KASIK, against the rest of the lobby. They're in 5th place. A big GG's going their way. That win was so important for them.
Over the 3 games we've had so far, we started with NEXUS 2nd, Dagestan 3rd, SBG 4th. Then we had NEXUS still 2nd, but SBG 3rd and Dagestan 4th. Now we have Dagestan 2nd, SBG 3rd, and NEXUS 4th. And amongst all the craziness, Team Spirit still in 1st place. It's madness.
It is, because they've got all these points with zero wins still. I mean, NEXUS have 3 wins. They should be far and away the top of the leaderboard here, and they're just not.
You are definitely correct, and factually you are correct. However, one angle I want to provide to you is our Team Spirit spluttering their way through these last matches, right? I do want to call out again that little bit of a mistake in Sanhok. They only got good points in Miramar. Not necessarily their own fault, but they only got good points in Miramar because one of their players stayed live until the end. It hasn't been the cleanest of results today. Are they at breaking point? You know what I mean? They haven't finished the game. It's an angle of question mark over whether they can hold on to that dam of water knocking at the door. Will that dam break? That's the thing. It does worry me a little bit.
I could see where you're coming from for sure. I think they still have a long night ahead of them in terms of kind of being a bit more relaxed with things and letting their guard down. Still 4 games to go. We have a coming up, which is going to be huge for them. I think this next game is going to be super important when we're talking about Team Spirit's chances here of staying at the top, right? The consistency we've seen from all of these teams. I think Team Spirit really need to use this game to get a 25-point game, something like that.
Exactly.
Then after that, they can maybe start to have those little mistakes like we saw on Sanhok, right? We know they're going to still be consistent. I'm not saying they need to be 13th now, but I think definitely they are going to be much more comfortable after this game if they can get a really big game in this one, or even just a big game in this one. I think we can start to say kind of that, okay, Team Spirit can relax a little.
I love that production in our WhatsApp group chat and just like ripping at each other. It's so funny. Sorry to kind of like change the subject, but it's absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, no,
well,
totally.
we kind of commentate the game and keep things going here. Yeah, they're like, oh no, your fault. Oh no, your fault. Oh no, your fault. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely love these guys. They're all amazing. Absolutely love it. This is a perfect playing path. Shockwave drops in Severny cleanly for Romanian boys, North George Pool. S2 and rush around South George. What you said about Team Spirit, to kind of go a little bit back to that, you're dead right, because I would argue that outside of the first day of finals, we haven't really seen a complete Team Spirit performance in any of the games. We've seen great moments. We've seen, again, consistently strong results, but have we seen that complete game from Team Spirit? No, I don't think so.
I mean, it depends on which way you look at it, right? Yeah, you're right in this way that they haven't won. They haven't had that completion of a game, so they haven't played a full game, right? I totally get that. I think on the other side of it, though, you also have they've played a complete tournament in that way, right? Every game has been enough to play a complete tournament to the point that they don't even have to have a win to actually win against the lobby. And it's kind of, I guess maybe that's a little bit more of a boasting right sort of thing coming in there, that you could play that angle and kind of just say that. But yeah, no, I absolutely understand where you're coming from on that. And it is unfortunate they get to second, they get to third, but you know what? Maybe they're just trying new things. Maybe they're going, hey, we don't have to. Maybe they've got some things to sort out in the end game, but they know that they've got enough. But I don't know. Just throwing things out there.
Could be clutching a little bit of straws there, Natora.
Maybe a little.
I
but
can appreciate
okay.
it. I can appreciate it.
I'm a Kitsune apologist.
This kind of circle
what can
is.
I say?
This kind of circle is great for NEXUS. So walks right into their terrain, will give them plenty of space to work with. When we've had circles in this kind of area of the map, they've normally ended around kind of Prison and Lumberyard Hill. Do you envision it happening this time around again, or could you see it going somewhere different? I know I'm not asking for like a prediction, but yeah, what's your thoughts?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'd like to see it go to the north side. I think Mansion area, the east side of Yasnaya would be a really interesting place to play from for these teams. I think it also gives some teams a way out in terms of actually coming in from the north side rather than all having to bunch up on that south. Yeah, I could actually see it going differently this time around, giving us a little bit of a fresher view. We've been down to that coast side, we've been down to Milta. I'd like to see a northern one this time.
Yeah, true. Okay, so we've just been given word by production that we do need to have a rehost of that game. I don't exactly know why. Everything seemed okay, but obviously something from maybe a player end or a production end means that we are going to have a rehost. Unfortunately, it means that we're not going to have that kind of clean playing path followed by a clean circle, so it could go very opposite end. Who knows, a rehost might give us a military island finish.
I tell you what, these players are going to be spitting nails if we have a rubbish zone after this. They are just going to be absolutely militant after that, but we'll see how they go with that one. We will see. Hopefully it won't be too bad.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully it won't be too bad. This does test the players a lot as well, right? When you kind of go from game to game to game, as quickly as we do across these matches, we don't really have that much of a break, right? Other than us talking and a little bit of a break. But you generally have the momentum. This kind of rehost, it could slow down teams that are on a hot streak. It could rattle the minds of a few of these players, and we could see a very different performance from a couple of teams.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a test the mentality, as a coach. If you're thinking about that, you're going straight back to that group chat and you're going, okay, keep your head in the game. Don't get lazy with this. Don't get relaxed. Just, pretend you've just won. Pretend you've just won. Pretend you've just come in the top 3 and it's a new game, that sort of thing. Really trying to keep that mentality going.
Yeah, definitely. And let's go for a short break as we get this game rehosted, and we'll be back on your screens as quickly as possible. And now the great Imperium and the breathtaking Neptune are back on your screens after the Rios, and we will be getting into this game 3 of Erangel as quickly as possible.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will. It'll only take a few short breaths until we get into the next game. And, you know, as we said before, where is it going to go this time? We had such a nice zone. Honestly, it was interesting, but it wasn't too hard for everybody. But at the end of the day, it is going to be different, and maybe it will go down to the military island. I love that because I'm toxic like that, but it may not. It may be really nice. We'll have to see.
Honestly, I could see it happening because something feels funny in the air the further we get into these final games, whether it's the excitement of who's going to finish in the top 2, the craziness of it all, the fact that there's only 10 goddamn points dividing the top 4, whether it's just kind of this here, this there, and just, you know, again, in that Sanhok game, we kind of saw the hardest initial couple of circles come into play, right, that we've seen across all Sanhoks. That could easily be a trend across this Erangel, even the last 3 games of the day. And also on a side note, after this game, we are officially halfway through the final day. It's going to get harder and harder.
I'm just so nervous for all these teams, I have to say. I mean, what? It just so... It's not even where you're like, oh, that's a shame. The teams are, you know, only the top 3 are really in contention here. No.
Yeah.
No, it's the top 4.
I know.
Top 5, not so much, but that's only coming in today, right? Yesterday, top 5 were up for grabs, and it's just kind of dwindled. That chance has dwindled a little bit over the last couple of games, but it has been so close, and it's still so close. And they continue to all be in the top 5 together. No one is actually going out early to give everybody a break.
This is it, the first Erangel game of the day. The playing path, luckily, is quite similar, starting from around Severny, ending around Novo. So a bit more diagonal, but again, quite central. Plenty of space for teams to drop exactly where they need to.
I tell you what, it's actually better than the last one. It's more central. It's less on that eastern side.
Fair.
Yeah, this is actually really, really nice for them. It's a little bit of a fresh breath of fresh air coming in here. But the real question, of course, is where that zone is going to go. The teams, for the most part right now, are not going to be thinking that way, though. That's just us. That's just us twiddling our thumbs a little bit, waiting for the next bit of action to happen. But we will see. Few teams going over to each of their sides.
Would you say it's a breathtaking fresh air?
I might. I could be persuaded to call it that. I could, absolutely.
Again, Shockwave dropped to Severny. Pretty much is. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Esports commentating. Shockwave landed Severny, but that's a very, very different phase 1 Neptune.
Oof, yeah, all those plans for that other game just out the window completely. And I think that is the impetus for Shockwave, for S2 and Rush to get in, get out quickly, get those other teams out quickly, and set up shop, because that's going to be a really prime location for this zone.
Leo Esports against the Mind Weapon. The Mind Weapon don't normally land so close to Pachinki. Leo also don't normally land one player so close away from the center of Pachinki. And then Russian S2 fighting a little bit for the Eagles, somewhat taking each other out. I think they essentially, Rush have found 2 eliminations, so 2 S2 players are taken out very early on.
S2 have been a really inconsistent team, but they've been so good, right? The S2, they were second place at one point, I think, ending day 1, if I'm not mistaken. They were top 4 or something like that. Maybe I'm thinking of qualifiers, but either way, S2 have been a really, really strong team at times, and then other times they're just not. So it is unfortunate to see S2 have another rough start to their game. But it happens and this experience is gonna be so good as Leo have time now to rethink their options, rethink their strategies as they hand over 4 juicy points to the mind weapon. They're gonna be so happy with that.
Yeah, again, Sneaks wants the team to end in the top half of the standings after today's games. They're currently on 36 points, down in 14th. To make it into the top 8, they need to get at least 35 points. Rush are actually the team in 8th place, and they are roughly 26 points ahead. So, yeah, you're looking at, 30, 35 points. Again, seeing how Rush team go. But, yeah, the Mind Weapon need to continue on this aggressive style, playing for fun, nothing to lose.
Dagestan actually very close to ALPI, considering the stage we're actually in. I would have expected Dagestan to be a little further away, but hello, S2 moving in and Rush Team saying, no, don't you dare.
It's just one player left from S2. Kaya's going to have to do a hell of a job. He might even be better off disengaging completely away from this fight and staying to the far western edge of the map. But as he hears shots into distance by one of the Rush Team players, Poka, he's going to go back into the warehouse and go, uh-oh. Yeah, I've got nowhere to go. And Rush Team finish off S2.
Rush again in the last game going really well, to be honest. Nicely defensive. And they continue that in this game as well. They're pushing teams away. They're making sure that nobody gets in their way. And I like that from Rush. They have been such a good team in this tournament so far. We've seen such good things from them, but sometimes it is a little unfortunate that they just can't seem to get it done. But you know what? That's experience for you, right? This is a newer team to this lobby, and they've done such a phenomenal job so far. It's nice to see them pick things back up for this day number 3.
I'd love to see the circle heading towards the north part of the river. I don't want it to be like completely river and play, although the toxic part of me doesn't mind it. But we haven't really seen circles in Erangel end north of the river. And for Shockwave, they're already on that shooting range hill. They're set up quite nicely. Should have head in that direction.
Oh, it's a mass exodus now. You got Team KASIK just moving in slowly but surely as they make their way into the zone right behind Dagestan. They're going to have to be careful of that, but it looks like they're going to try and thread their way between the Mind Weapon and Dagestan in this map. Spirit actually have a massive 2-2 split coming in here. That could work very well for them if they play that very carefully and group up soon, to be honest, because where two of the players are, rather, you have Lithuania, you have STK, you also have NEXUS coming in all on that side. So they're going to have to be very careful when it comes to that.
Okay. So MABETEX need to move across into the military island. The Mind Weapon, by the way, randomly, I don't know if you notice it, but I've just noticed, Rogu is like on military island. I don't know how that happened, but the rest of his team's in Pachinki, and he's in military island. Okay.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for sure. It's a tactic. I'm not sure if it's the correct one.
It's a split. It's a split.
Yeah, it sure is. Yeah, sure, whatever. It almost feels like somebody went AFK for a little too long there.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. What I like on a side note from Lithuania as well, Neptor, is they rotated a lot earlier from Novo across the Eastern Bridge, and they're on the coastline position, probably in a position to gatekeep MABETEX. I really like that, in my opinion, much swifter rotation from Lithuania.
Yeah, Lithuania have been really on the ball when it comes to those rotations in the last couple of days. It's been nice to see that from them. They're very aggressive when it comes to trying to gatekeep those teams and try and really get that aggression, get those eliminations. Not so much eliminations, actually. I think it's a lot to do with control, right? They're trying to control these teams, but they better disengage right away because, oh my God, it is a Rozhok finish. Let's go. Just let's go. I'm so excited for this.
Okay. The river's in play. It's split down the middle. We've seen this kind of circle similar, in which a lot of teams committed to Rozhok. I do not want to see too many teams go into the city. The very northern tip, great. The very southern tip, acceptable. The far eastern side, which is technically outside the city, absolutely perfect. But do not please really go into the city.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one for a lot of teams. The only city position I will allow is that big one up on the little hillside there at the back of Rozhok. That's the only one. The only one I will allow, because the rest of them is just too small of a city to really use all that well. You see a lot of the teams now moving forward into those open fields down below Rozhok next to school, which I just adore that area. But it isn't going to be very, very good for most of these teams, just because you have 1, 2, 3, 4 teams all in that area. Spirit now moving into that position. Now ALPI moving out of it. ALPI actually, Imperium, have a fantastic spot on that bridge.
Yeah, they do. I really like the compound across from Watertown. It gives good information towards Rozhok, good information across the river, and again, good information even towards Watertown itself, because I never like to see anybody lock down Watertown. It's a terrible, terrible compound. But in this kind of circle, it's a little bit more acceptable, whereas ALPI have it covered and they have the best of both worlds. Really good play.
STK, one of those teams that really need to get a move on, to be honest. It's a little late in the day to still not have 0 eliminations in the third game when you've had 2 games of not a whole lot of anything. I think they really need to be far more controlling, far more aggressive, take a page out of Lithuania's book even at this stage in the game, stage 2. Yeah, it's a little early, maybe. They've got an odd position, but they can do so much more with this than just hole up in a couple of compounds, in my opinion. They really need to spread out, split up a little bit, just be more aggressive, get out of this kind of feeling of just being holed in and looking in on themselves rather than out.
Deep, but I agree. Next circle's about to pop up. Nexus will want to be very careful. They will know that SPG are around this Yasnaya area. It's a northeastern shift, and it's perfect for Nexus. In my opinion, they should kind of stay where they are. You might think, oh, really? They should stay where they are. A lot of teams are going to head for the central part on the north side of the river. I think them staying by the bridge, once they're able to control it, would still be a great entry point into the circle. Hell, they could even wrap around into the blue from Yasnaya in the next circle if they want to. Not saying it should work, but my point is, stay where they are.
100%. So how many PMGC games have we seen won on that little stretch of river? It's so important as a team to hold on to that and control it, because the zone could very, very much go there, and at least you gatekeep some teams trying to be clever. So I totally agree with you. That is definitely the spot for them. I'm slightly confused by this. Wow, okay, so we got a couple of teams here, Spirit and MABETEX, going for that northern rotation outside of the blue zone.
Like I said, center of the circle and center of the north of the river is going to be a ton of teams locking it down. It's high ground, overlooks Rosalk. I'm not saying it's a bad place to be. It's a great place to be as SBG take advantage with the help of KASIK. Players of ALPI being whittled down. I don't know why they felt like they had to move from their position. I think it's a great example of arguably not needing to rotate in the next circle, not needing to move. That compound to the north of Watertown was still not too bad in this circle.
I worry for SBG here. They've allowed KASIK to move up next to them, which at the end of the day I don't feel is very fruitful for them. We did see KASIK move straight into SBG, and I think SBG should have taken that opportunity to just take them out completely. They do have a good enough position where they'll be able to hold on to it without much happening for a little while. But I just worry for endgame as the 4-time spray just takes out Haisu. MABETEX gonna be going on down there. Just how many left? Just 3 left, so that full squad is no longer, but Psyox looking for a little bit of a revenge play here.
Revenge is a dish best served cold. But in PUBG Mobile, it's best served with bullets on a silver platter into your opponents as Spirit wrap around a wide rotation on towards the north side of this circle, away from a number of these teams. I actually do like it. And okay, if they can get rid of MABETEX, even better. Not only for eliminations, but for control of this circle as the next one is about to shift up. I wanted a north of the river finish, and I'm getting it.
Yes. I love it. I love this so much. Again, ever since the old GG came over here and just conquered everybody from that north side, it's been one of my very favorite competitive games to watch. And we're getting it. We're getting it. It's so nice to see Lithuania on that bridge. Going to try and gatekeep NEXUS a little bit, but NEXUS could have just too much momentum going forward. TNL watching the other bridge and ALPI on the other bridge as well. So all the bridges are taken up. SHOCKWAVE now looking to do some damage, but Rush Team on that other side could look to sandwich SHOCKWAVE.
The wheels are blown up. The car spun around, doing a 360 for Romanian boys, shutting MABETEX down in their sights. Great play by Team Spirit. KASIK in the center to circle. SBG are riding high, and NEXUS, I said they should stay where they are. They have, and they moved across into the circle. But they do have Lithuania in front of them. The one thing is that Kapahal is still on the other side of the bridge, squashing Lithuania and giving protection to his teammates. So again, I like this from NEXUS.
Oh, we've seen this before, haven't we? I thought he was just gonna miss him there, but no. Royal gets the job done where SBG could not yesterday against SHOCKWAVE. It's not gonna work for MABETEX, and he is gonna go ahead and go on out. NEXUS, on the other hand, other side of the river, looks like they've had a little bit of a split here as they try and get that smoke road going across the bridge here. Lithuania doing their best, but it's only one left alive for him, and he cannot gatekeep. Now the gatekeeper is being the gate kept. Look at NEXUS's position against him.
The one thing I worry about NEXUS, though, a little bit is that you have the Nameless, you have even Dagestan 77 in front of them. They gotta really hope that the next circle doesn't go too far away from where they are, because it's very flat coming out of the buildings that their 3 players have locked down. And yeah, if they have to move too far, there's a really high chance they're gonna go down early. And with only 1 elimination, it's gonna be a second bad result in a row for them. I'm thinking the worst, but I'm hoping for the best.
In the meantime, Lithuania does go out. The mine weapon have to be satisfied with 5 eliminations and a 12th place finish. Again, not the worst, but they needed so much more if they wanted to be on that top of that page. But you know what? Everything is still so close. They have 3 more games. They should be okay. Rush, on the other hand, love the split from Rush. Okay, this is more like it. A 3-1 split, either side of SHOCKWAVE, looking for all that momentum, all those angles, and so far it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I don't like where SHOCKWAVE are placed. That single building is just not enough to give you cover as a team. Maybe as a one-man, maybe as a two-man, yeah, but as a three-person team, that's why we've seen Shockwave lose a player. You can't really move forward because you're still out in the open and you're at the mercy of a team that's in the compound up above, which is SPG. You're just pinched too much, and now Rush team are going to move on in, and this is unfortunately another knock against Azer. A poor positional rotation for Shockwave. We'll see their journey end in Erangel very soon enough. Not if SPG has anything to say about it as they get involved and a third party Shockwave finally go down.
The zone has gone again to that eastern side, so TNL, the Nameless, STK, they're all in here. So are Nexus, so are Dagestan in the gas station. Right on that road.
Station,
Yeah, just in perfect position. I tell you what, who will have a perfect entry though? It is Team Spirit. They are in the north side. They're gonna group up very quickly here.
Perfect entry, but where do they go? Where do they go?
Yeah.
It's so flat.
That is the thing.
They're going to have to thread with so much caution. If anything, like, don't enter too early because you're going to have too many teams looking at you. You really need to take your time with this.
Agreed. But I'm thinking that Spirit can do a little bit of a SPG movement, right, where they just kind of hold a position, and they might not win, but they'll get top 3 because they can just twiddle their thumbs up into the north side there and let the other teams fight it out. So we could see something like that coming in from them. 4RB, though, looking to make a stand over on the western side as we see, who is that? KASIK and Dagestan all looking at him. So 4RB have a hard couple of circles ahead of them.
Interesting that Nexus have this massive spread. I really like where Kapahala has pushed himself. It's a much bigger kind of dip that protects from the north, protects from the high ground to the left of him, and then protects from the open right. But I worry about Redox and Exa Machina. I don't think they're in the best positions as players, as Redox goes back down and it seems like they want to stick to the south of this roadside. But now Spirit are seemingly going for the push, possibly just looking for information. But 2 of the top 4, actually 3 of the top 4 teams, all very close to each other.
Oh my goodness. They have to be so careful because I don't know if they know that it's each other, right? They can't see what we can see. So I really don't know if they know. I hope they do because then they can be a little bit more careful accordingly. But Limbo Boom trying to make Spirit go boom there. But it's not going to happen. Not for now. Anyway, Naomi just moving around trying to get some information, but it's not going to work either. Another nade. Not going to be doing a thing. Meanwhile, Rush and SPG going at it. Rush just down to a solo. But I tell you what, SPG didn't come out of that unscathed. They lose one, down another to just a duo. And now the duo have to move out. The solo has to move out. STK moving in like a house on fire, and they are done.
No.
Wow.
SPG, they were looking so good, but shoot to kill. Strike at the right moment. Okay, it's 7 eliminations, but still an unfortunate way for things to end for SPG. On a side note, we saw Spear take down a member of Nexus Gaming. Kapahala, a great move. I wasn't sure if it was going to work, but fair play. Now, they've returned fire, getting a knock onto Team Spirit, confirming it. Team Spirit, only 2 players up. If they can get the revive, they'll be up to 3.
This is a very tense moment for all concerned. I mean, the Dagestan fans, the Spirit fans, the Nexus fans in the background as well. But Limbo Boom gets boomed himself. There we go, and that's going to be a follow-up nade.
You can't really enter on foot. They're kind of relying on all of this utility. And that's going to slow them down. That's why you have Naomi in the backline covering the likes of Nexus. To the right of them, or to the left, depending on which way you're looking. And up on top of the hill, the road split in the middle. You have Shoot to Kill and you have KASIK. 5 teams remaining in this game on phase 6. Only 16 players live. This is how crazy this game has been. we will officially be halfway through this final day of games after this Erangel matchup. Nomi doing a great job of slowing down the players in Nexus. They are into the circle though. They're also across the road. Respectfully, I understand that they're looking to avoid the likes of Team Spirit as Magnum on top of the hill takes down a player. KASIK still looking in all directions. Dagestan, they will not give up this gas station.
You gotta love from Dagestan, right? Not getting tunnel visioned at all, just making sure they know where everyone is all the time. Even as 3 up as well, you know, they lost that player, but they're still looking in all directions. It's really nice to see, but KASIK is gonna be the ones to potentially ruin everything, right? They do have STK to contend with, but that's the reason that Team Spirit cannot push forward any more than they have, right? Team KASIK are gonna be looking down on them from this angle. So you're right, they're absolutely having to rely on all that utility. And how is that going to fare for them in the end game when they need those utilities again? I don't know.
You make a fantastic point. Dagestan 77 holding on to that gas station is so imperative, not only for their late game, but of course against the likes of Team Spirit. But KASIK can shoot to kill, fighting on top of the hill. Reflect gets knocked. English on the sideline. Just one player left from KASIK. He gets a nade out, but not before going down. Sorry, there's still another player for KASIK. So 2 against 2 as English gets knocked down. Striker as well. It's 2v1. KASIK currently lying in 6th place, knocked off the 5th place perch by SHOCKWAVE, looking to reclaim the best of the rest spot in the overall standings. The revive pulled off the next circle, by the way, shifts up north away from the hillside. Whoever wins this has a hell of a journey to make it in, but it's ASTIC to keep the dream alive for shoot to kill. No way.
Dagestan are down.
While all this happened, Dagestan are down, and now Nexus are going to clean up the fight. Up to 4. Can they take down Team Spirit?
If they do, then they take the win, right?
No
they do
way!
it!
Exo
They do it!
Messina! You absolute beauty! Incredible! One of the most important grenades of the PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA qualifiers we will witness as Nexus break the Spirit inside gas station. Can they claim the chicken dinner? Remember I said, shoot to kill. They have to move from the top of the hill. Having high ground is no advantage at this point in the game. Nexus are in the top 2.
STK are also in the top 2, though. 10 eliminations for them. Finally, we're seeing this, but it's enough. Just too late, I fear. We've only got 3 games after this. They're so far behind, but they can make sure they get in that top 10 for sure. STK, finally, we're seeing a little bit of what we saw in the qualifiers.
Nexus Gaming. They're already on 3 chicken dinners across the finals. All happened in one day. Can they bag a 4th? 10 points for first. This is where a chicken dinner matters so much. 6 points for second, 10 points for first. Those extra 4 points could be the reason Nexus qualify or don't qualify. And that's the initial knock. That's the opening. On the other side of the road, Exo Machina finishes it off. And just one more victim in play for Nexus Gaming. Will he deny the point to the blue? No, he will go down. ASIC is struck. My apologies. I thought there was not one more player alive. It is one more. English. He made it across the road. He actually has circle advantage. What a turnaround. The job is not quite done for Nexus.
He has to be so quiet. I mean, Nexus have to think, right, that he's in... Oh, and it's Exo Machina with the MG3. The MG3's been so deadly so far, Imperium. English, he's got the DBS, but I don't think MG3 loses to even a DBS.
all the Romanian community have followed Nexus right from the very start. They follow Kapahala. He has an incredible community of support, and they've taken them on a journey, and this is just simply another journey that they're taking them on. A chicken dinner in the first Erangel game of the day. One of 2 Erangel games in this final day. Exo Machina wraps around, not quite in the circle, more importantly. English is fully gatekeeping them as a solo player. Shots fired, not quite raised, but the alarm is being raised, is out into the open. Redox takes a ton of damage, looking for the final blow, gets the job done. Binny Ba, is this it for Nexus as they claim a chicken dinner?
Wow, what do you even say? It's just that close, that win. SBG still coming in third, right? They're still clawing to that top place. But for Nexus, that's so many points that they really, really needed. They weren't that far behind Team Spirit. It's so close. I have a feeling they've actually topped Team Spirit here, but with 3 games left to go, there's so much more to be done.
Again, only 10 points divided the top 4. 10 points. That's it. And let's be realistic, we still have 3 more games to go. So that could very easily change. But in terms of speaking for the moment, let's have a look at the match ranking. Let's see what Nexus did in that game. 19 points, shoot to kill 16. But let's be fair, Team Spirit still got 12 points. And Dagestan still got 7, as did SBG. This is ridiculous.
It is, because they're all just so good. Just stop being good and let there be a gap coming in. But no, they're all fighting for it equally here. Sometimes it's a good game, sometimes it's a less than good game, but never is it a bad game for these teams. Never.
And when you look at the fact that we had a bit of a rehost for whatever reasons, in the first attempt of the match, the circle went fully in the favor of Nexus. And in this game, it went somewhat against them. And I kind of want to reiterate that and use that as a way of saying, it doesn't matter if the zone goes with you or against you, it's what you do with it. Nexus, a little bit of luck, I will say, off the back of Team Spirit, pushing on the Dagestan, a fight we didn't really see happen on our end. And Nexus were able to take advantage of it. But again, staying alive, staying in the game, getting a chicken dinner, it's absolutely incredible. But we're not over yet. We still have 3 more games to go. So let's go for a short break, and we will be back for our final Erangel game. we are halfway through the last day of the PMSL EMEA qualifiers. What a journey we've been taken on.
Yeah.
Like, you
Yeah.
couldn't ask for a better way to lead into the final 3 games. Let's waste no more time and go to the overall standings and look how goddamn close it still is.
It is. It's so close. Team Spirit still on top. The Spirit is strong with this one. Still, somehow, 0 wins, but sure, why not? But Nexus getting their 4th win of the weekend. 3 points behind Team Spirit here, behind that first place. But I tell you what, there's a tiny bit of a gap starting to show here. Nexus and Dagestan.
Tiny bit.
It's tiny. It's so tiny, but it is there.
Yeah, 6 points divide second and third. Again, the top 2 teams, the one in yellow, the 2 teams in yellow are going to make it through to the PUBG Mobile Super League. So obviously, Nexus or Team Spirit don't need to win. You want to, right? You know, you always aim to win, but you don't need to. Whereas for Dagestan 77 and SPG, they will continue to chase the top 2. And I need to point out again, the start of the day had Nexus 2nd, Dagestan 3rd, SPG 4th. We then had Nexus 2nd, SPG 3rd, Dagestan 4th. Then we had Dagestan 2nd, SPG 3rd, and Nexus 4th. And now, after 3 games...
Yeah.
After 3 games, we're back to where we started today, with Nexus 2nd, Dagestan 3rd, and SPG 4th. It's magical. It's magical.
It is. You just can't make this up, right? It's just it writes itself. These teams.
It does.
I mean, I know we keep saying it, but they're doing such a good job, obviously. But to continue consistently. This consistently, right? I mean, we talked about briefly SPG in the qualifiers having no 0-point games at all in the weekend, and that was amazing enough. But then you take that kind of times 4 in that every single team now is having these top 4 teams refuse to have a bad game. They just won't.
No words can really describe the amount of pressure these 4 teams are under. Yeah. We will always do our best as commentators to express that, but no words can describe what it feels like. The intensity, the emotion as well, right? All of these teams are full of players with emotions. They're riding at the highest level, and you will always be able to do your best to compose yourself and just be somewhat robotic. But emotions will always play. You get a bad result, that emotion peaks in a bad way, and it turns to a bit of a rage. How do you claw your way back from that as IGLs, as teammates? We don't know. We don't hear the comms of these players, of these teams, so we can't really speak factually. We can only speculate, highlight, comment on how it looks within the game, and just enjoy the show.
Yeah, 100%. It's all we can do. We can all just be really just one big happy spectator family and just say what we see. Honestly, there's so much more going on behind the scenes. There's so much more than what meets the eye in their gameplay, and sometimes you can see their emotion through their gameplay, but so often it's really hard to see, so there is a lot going on, especially as you said last game, going back down to the second half of the day, right? We're halfway through now, so you are going to be seeing a lot of these teams really start to ramp up, a lot more defense coming in here, real aggression coming in as well. And I think this is where we really start to see some of the lower placed teams try and make some of these teams have a bad game or two, try and get those eliminations. Is that going to affect the top 4? It's hard to say. It could end up triggering a bad game for one of them, or it could spur it on.
It kind of happened with SPG in the previous game, shoot to kill. I'm not saying they wouldn't have. I'm not saying shoot to kill would have done anything differently should they have been in the top of the standings, but factually they were down in the bottom coming into that game, and they punished SPG, a top team. So we're kind of already seeing it happen. The one somewhat anomaly is that we are seeing a higher pattern of teams going out a bit earlier in these games, where phase 3, phase 4, we're left with kind of 11, 10, maybe even 9 teams in some of these games. And that will affect late game a little bit. But amongst it all, the top 4 teams are still fighting, still gunning to qualify for the PMSL.
Oh, and it's a right across the middle playing path we're seeing here, landing over by Impala. Okay. Oh, never mind. You know, that trajectory looked far more horizontal than it is on the map, but sure, go off, I guess. It's fine.
I thought it was more north. And then when you started talking about it, I was like, oh yeah, that's not as north as I thought. But still initially pretty middle ground. It just veers up north into the tail end of it.
3 teams, interesting, going down to that south side. Lithuania probably going to try and reach Puerto. They are going to be able to do that, but Dagestan seems to be going that same direction over towards Los Leones. We see a player of Lithuania going potentially that way, so could see one of those loot things coming in here. Could see loot things. That doesn't make any sense, does it? One of those loot eliminations coming in is what I mean. When a team is like a bit too split in the loot phase, get caught out early, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But all the teams are going to get caught out. No one's in zone.
Neptor, is this your doing?
Maybe.
Yeah,
I've called upon all my
Neptor
powers.
for this phase on.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah. Toxic. Hashtag cancel Neptor.
No, don't cancel me. I just want what's best for the viewers, man. Come on.
Fair. You know what? Yeah, I appreciate that. One thing to note about this phase on circle, if you're not familiar with it, most people are at this stage of PUBG Mobile competitive. The guitar shape that's on the far western side of the circle is out of bounds. So automatically that phase 1 circle is much closer to a phase 2. So it does knock down an element of control that isn't there for other phase 1 circles. So teams will definitely need to be aware of that.
Yeah, that's a good point you make. It's very true. We have seen in the zones that go up that direction, we have seen where teams will be kind of perched up there like mountain goats, kind of just sitting on the side of it. But you don't get very far up it, and you certainly can't get up there completely. So it is most definitely a little bit of a zone 2 coming in here in that stage 1 circle. For the most part, a lot of these teams, well, I'm not going to say a lot. Some of these teams are actually in zone. Team Spirit, they are moving down to their normal spot of Chumaceta, and they're going to be quite happy there. Dagestan will have to come in that direction, but they will know for a fact that Team Spirit actually do end up going there, so they will try and wrap around. But do Nexus know that Lithuania are baiting them right now?
I don't think they are, and Nexus want to be very careful. I don't think they have any idea that Lithuania are as close as they are. This is scary if you're a Nexus supporter.
Yeah, it's scary for me. It's scary for me, us impartial casters up here. It's scary for us up here. You know, so I can't imagine what the Nexus fans are thinking right now, but it's best it happens now. Well, they still have 2 games if it is going to happen. And so they still have 2 games to kind of catch up those points after a bad game. But at the moment, just silence moving in so quietly. But Redox, with that vehicle, going to be moving away from this location. So just a little bit, but it is further, right? It is a little bit farther away from silence, from Woodson as well, coming in here. So we will see. how that works out for them. Remember, Lithuania only 2. They do have that height advantage, but Nexus have so many angles of cover for themselves that even if they do get a knockdown, Lithuania do not have that backup to make a full push.
Fundamentally, this is also going to slow Nexus down moving into phase on circle. Not that they need to move in quickly. Again, I think staying in the blue and phase 1 isn't a bad idea, as all the teams ahead of them will move in earlier and therefore create a bit more space leading into phase 2. But again, it will slow them down. If they lose players, that's obviously going to be worse. And time will tell, as this fight will potentially kick off soon enough. What fight has kicked off is SHOCKWAVE gone up against ALPI.
Bago loves his rooftops. He really wants that penthouse apartment. That is for sure. And the nades to throw off of it. That is nice. Azer going on down there. But the immediate revive is there. SPG, though, in the background. Do you see them in that buggy? Bago is toast if he's not careful.
He could come a cropper in SPG. Could pick up a couple of free eliminations at the start of this game, hanging out on the outskirts of San Martin. However, they also could be possibly avoiding this engagement. The focus for SPG could be firmly set now. Nexus are going to be breached by Lithuania. Silence inside the building, and they being cooked up by both Doran and Redox to try and slow down and push back Silence.
Silence may have just overstepped slightly, just overstayed his welcome. I think if he had waited a little bit longer, they wouldn't have been alerted. They'd have a better shot at this. But as it is, Nexus really rallying the troops. It's nice to see this level of grouping up together for Nexus here, as ALPI do go out 0 eliminations. That's going to be no points on the side of ALPI there, but SPG and SHOCKWAVE going head-to-head now. But we are back. We're still here. Silence. Woodson goes down. Okay. He goes down up on the mountain. It's all up to Silence on the front line here as the rest of the team now pulls in. Lithuania actually going for it.
Yeah, but the body advantage really pays off for Nexus. I appreciated the initial play, but it wasn't going to be the case. And now SPG clean off SHOCKWAVE and eliminations from 2 of the top 4 teams early on. More importantly, SPG, they may have lost a player, but they're up to 5 eliminations. Kapahala gets knocked. It's really important that that Nexus pick up Kapahala and keep themselves up as a full squad. Time's ticking inside phase 1.
Yeah, as important as it is for Nexus to not lose Kapahala, I'm slightly worried that SBG lost Narvalo, right? He's been such a big fragger for the team, so that is a shame. I almost think it was slightly unnecessary to go for that fight, but they do have the 5 eliminations to show for it, so, you know, they're definitely trying to build momentum there, and I can appreciate that. But XL, Machina, Nexus in general, it's just down to a solo for Lithuania. I think they're being a little overly cautious here. There we go. They found him. They're going up. They're going to get one. They're going to get the other. XL Machina is a little low.
And Molly comes in, and Kapahala's going to get knocked for the second time. Nearly finished off. Was he finished off?
Yes, Kapahala done. Oh, and they're going one by one.
Why are you pushing in on your own? A second player goes down. Come on, Nexus. They'll fall at the final hurdle. Zredox pushes in. Makavinas jumps out the window, goes on towards the lower balcony. And now he's going to play. Gets another knock, and this could be a 1v4 in Lithuania. What have they done? Finally, Redox saves the game for Nexus. They pick up 4 eliminations, but as you rightly said in other games, but at what cost?
Nexus. I think Doran I think that was not the plan, and Doran just went ahead. And there must have been a miscommunication. I do
Yeah,
not see the Nexus that
exactly.
have played to second place doing something so silly as that. So it
Yep.
must have been either he went up on his own and just made a missed call there, or it was a misunderstanding of some kind there. But big GG's in the end. They did get it, but Mac doing the work there for Lithuania. GG's.
Phase 2, all the while, went heavily up the northwest. A very similar Phase 2 circle as what we saw when we had a El Pozo finish. Nobody's inside the city, though. There's lots of high ground terrain to control, such as Russia's central position for Romanian boys, a little bit to the west. Some Spirit have a lovely spread between the south and the southwest, opting to hang closer towards like Qatar high ground that is out of bounds. And S2 have a great northwest position across from El Pozo.
Team Spirit as well. We're not seeing too much of them at the moment, but they're using that western side, that western cliff area to really get a good solid position ahead of the next couple of fights. We do see the Mind Weapon and Team KASIK, though, in the middle. They are mid-zone right now, so this is a really important spot for them. Redox from Nexus runs himself over, though, has a little bit of fall damage, so that is going to be a knock on his side. Hopefully there's no one around. They gotta pick that up quickly.
Oh no! Rush.
Well done, Maury.
2 free eliminations from the Mind Weapon for Rush. Feels bad, man. Yeah, you can't go at that speed up a hill like that, especially so central inside Phase 2. Feels bad, man.
It does. It does feel bad, but they'll learn. It's okay. Team KASIK, on the other hand, they are trying to take bits and pieces of what they can. One elimination on the side of Team KASIK there, so that's going to be good for them. Remember, they are in 5th place, I think. Did they get ahead of Shockwave in that last game? I think they may have done there, so
yeah, they
they
did.
will be.
They did.
Yeah, they'll be looking for that 4th place if at all possible. So as many points as possible. It's still doable in the next 3 games, but we'll see how it goes. SPG on that outside, though, still in the blue. They've spotted S2 and moved directly away, but they got to do something quick here, right? El Pozo is not really in there. Won't be for long anyway, and it does go away from the western corner.
If I was SPG, I'd actually turn around and go into the city as a duo.
Same.
In Phase 3. I would say, look, you've got 5 elimination points. You're really not going to win going down. Oh, no, they have 3 players. So, yeah, I still think a city push from the north kind of makes sense. It's weird, but yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, I would actually agree with the city push, because I think you can push out of it up onto that hillside as well once you get rid of S2. If you get rid of S2, it is possible. Naomi with the big sites, though, that is Dagestan, such an important team for Spirit to get rid of, but I just think they're slightly out of range there. They're not going to be able to do that, and Dagestan now know there is a team back there that will try to gatekeep this if at all possible. I think Spirit need to start moving to the north.
Yeah, they have the minuscule part of the circle across the road on that western side. So with 4 Romanian boys and Rush across the way, okay, they're on high ground and maybe not directly in a position to punish Spirit now. But at the end of Phase 3, they could. Start of Phase 4, they could. SPG have kind of listened a little bit to what I suggested and have gone towards El Pozo, but giving themselves a opportunity maybe to go around El Pozo by not committing fully to the city right now. With Victor is still in the backline, we'll have to wait and see as next phase continues to play through. Nexus did get to revive up. They're still as a 2-man team, and we saw Dagestan get close to Team Spirit, by the way, but I think they saw or heard something, and they moved away from Team Spirit.
I like Dagestan's position, actually. It's a really good cliff to have. It is lower than the one of 4RB. You see 4RB trying to scale that impossible mountain right there. But yeah, it is a really nice position for them. They got a nice spread across. It's close enough to be able to be backed up quickly, but it's nice and informational. I like this a lot. Nexus are on that southeastern side looking to move in just behind MABETEX, but Exo Machina has got to get his health bar up. He's out in that blue zone, or he's just come in from the blue zone, so they're not feeling their best, and MABETEX definitely saw them come in.
Yeah, it's just about waiting, being patient, right, for Nexus as a two-person team, hoping that MABETEX got distracted by the likes of maybe KASIK, possibly SPG. The next circle shifts roughly down south. I wasn't really expecting that much of a hard shift down south. If I were Nexus, I don't know if Exo Machina can, but Redox should go to Monte Nuevo. Just head there right now. I think that'd be a great play. And even SPG, remember what I mentioned about them not going too deep into the city and giving them a potential rotation? They could kind of do the same thing if they wanted to.
Tell you what, Temp and Sneaks for the mind weapon, they're still here, they're still in it, but I think we have to turn our attention to Dagestan and Team Spirit here.
Yeah.
They've just made that push in straight into Dagestan. A bold play from Team Spirit, I have to say.
But they picked up an elimination against Dagestan 77. The rivals in the top 4 standings. Very, very important. They have to move around the edge of the rock, in which Dagestan do have the high ground, so it's going to be easier said than done. More importantly for Spirit, though, they're inside this next circle, and obviously they don't need to go through Dagestan right now because of the space to the south of them.
Rush as well, getting held up a little bit by 4RB, but maybe Dagestan can help with that as Exo Machina. Here we go. It's a 2v1. It's a 3v1 with one still up on the top there. MABETEX. This is nice aggression from them, but they know he's only a solo. Machina, he needs his teammate. Where is he? Down goes he goes. Yeah, Kenzo gonna go half health, but nothing more than that as Exo Machina. Yeah, he's just gonna go down. Where was his teammate? Redox, my guy. He went over to Monte Nuevo,
no,
as you said.
But I think that's okay. You know, sometimes you don't need to try and save your teammate. You know, Nexus and Redox are in a position where you just have to hold on to as many placement points as possible. So I think it was okay. The one thing is maybe Exo Machina could have attempted to get in the vehicle when they pushed down the building and move away, but more likely he would have gotten knocked down on the movement towards Monte Nuevo. Still, I agree with that. Redox is still in this game.
KASIK going up against SPG, or rather trying to defend against SPG as they try and make their way into the circle. Team KASIK have been here for a good long while now, but finally they're getting a little bit of pushback from that northern side. And honestly, all the pressure is on SPG to make this work because the zone is currently coming in.
Plus, they need to hold on to their position in the top 4, right? They cannot let that gap get too big as Nexus, unfortunately, go down. It was 4 points on the board in eliminations, and that's all they're going to be left with, in a prime opportunity for Team Spirit, Dagestan 77, and the team that's on your screen, SPG, to get closer to them, to rack up the points, to knock them out of the top 2. Snowix inside the vehicle, moving around. Once again, they find and carve their way into the edge of the previous circle. They have to move shortly because the circle has shifted away from Monte Nuevo.
It's a really nice reposition from Team KASIK, I have to say. Really, really nice from them. Good, solid position. It's a little low down for my liking, but that's okay. MABETEX as well, looking like they actually want to win this thing. I'm serious. They're looking really good, really aggressive, really mobile, and that's what you want to see, right? That really just nice, coordinated pushes back and forward. They got rid of Nexus, they came back to their original position, and it's still in zone. So it's looking very nice. I have to say, only 2 eliminations on the board so far, but that's because they've been on the edge of zone, right? They got the 2 over onto Nexus, and that's been it.
Dagestan going up against Team Spirit. I said the Spirit didn't have to go through Dagestan on the previous circle, but with that shift north away from Monte Nuevo, now they kind of have to scale the mountain. And yeah, they can kind of wrap a little bit around Dagestan 77, but not without pushing Dagestan back a little bit. Plus, when you're in across these mountain terrains, you're really at risk of a nade pulled off both luckily and perfectly inside a little bit of a rock dip, and you could lose a player. So yeah, Team Spirit respecting that. At their Dagestan 77, to be fair, I think it's okay that the fight hasn't broken out, as we're down to 11 teams, 29 players.
Yeah, I always like watching that kind of mutual respect of teams, right? Just because you have a team in front of you doesn't mean you have to push them, and doesn't mean you have to push them right away. You can hold off a little bit and make sure that the setting is right for both of you. But for RB Lawrence, he's not having a good time. The setting was right for his demise as SPG, now move up against KASIK.
Oh no, just like that, SPG gets shut down. They wait for the push into the compound, and KASIK say, no, you're not getting through this time. So the team that are coming into this game in second and fourth, both out. This is the perfect time for Team Spirit to get a chicken dinner. This is the perfect time for Team Spirit to finally create that gap in the overall standings.
But if we go also to how we've been seeing a lot of players, or teams rather, actually go against... Hang on, I'm gonna shush for a second.
Oh, that's a beautiful molly. Great perspective from Poka. Just sees that molly go phew through the window. Doesn't quite get the knock, but puts him into the corner. The thing is, can anybody stop Poka when he's in a corner? Is anybody allowed to put Poka in a corner? We'll have to wait and find out, as another nade goes out, does not connect. Spirit aware of Dagestan on top of the mountain. A potential third party is at risk. They need to clear out Poka as quickly as possible. And that one is fantastic.
Excellent. Nomi doing good work there. I'm slightly suspicious of Team Spirit position, though. They've actually not only not taken the fight with Dagestan, but they've moved ahead of Dagestan. So they're likely to get shot in the back here a little bit. They need to clean that up quickly here. But just quickly, I was going to go ahead and say that, going back on what we've seen in previous Miramars, MABETEX are the ones looking really good for the win here, right? All these other teams squabbling amongst themselves on the west side. MABETEX have seen that. They have shown that mobility, that aggression, that confidence in this game that I was looking for. They have that little bit of high ground, and they've got the edges zone to themselves.
But also, I want to highlight KASIK, right? Taking down SPG. Yeah. They have the northern edge. They have a compound. They've shown themselves up in big ways in the past. Can they do it once again? Dagestan 77, for me, they're not really going to go towards Team Spirit. They're probably going to go through the likes of 4 Romanian boys and the last player shoot to kill. I could be wrong. We'll have to wait and see, because the blue zone of phase 6 is closing quickly in.
Gotta hand it to the Mind Weapon. They had that duo go down to just 2, and they've stayed in those warehouses ever since. But that's a huge knock from Team Spirit over onto Obli, I think it is. Yeah, it is Obli, but they are going to be able to get that res. However, Dagestan in a really rough position. Look at them. They've got the Mind Weapon in front, but not only that, 4RB and STK, the 2 solos, are directly below them.
Yeah, Sarah's in the passenger seat of the vehicle, by the way. Just hoping he doesn't get spotted out. That's a great strategy as a solo player. Team Spirit move around all in one vehicle. They turn their attention. They take down S2. They're going to get knocked, but honestly, credit where it's due. You got to go for the risky plays. Turns around, gets a knock on the Lindo, boom, and Team Spirit still potentially up as a full squad. 4 Romanian boys goes down. We're left with 16 players, 6 teams, and 2 of the top 4 are still in the mix.
Oh, Kitsune, don't go down now. You've already got 6 eliminations. Make it a couple more. Dagestan, they've only got 1 elimination, so even if Team Spirit go out here, it's not enough for Dagestan. They need to get this win to make it work, but another does go down at the hands of Obli.
Naomi finished off. Good play from Dagestan on the dip. They are getting punished a little bit by MABETEX. That's why they chuck it out of smoke to try and give themselves just a little bit more space. They are, more importantly, just on the cusp of the circle. The last player shoot to kill has yet to be found, yet to be taken out. And Sanhok with an M24 from the opposite side of the circle. We don't often see that, but we'll find another Spirit player. 2 left for Spirit.
Aztec not doing a darn thing against Dagestan, even though he absolutely could. He's playing for that survival strategy, but how long is it really going to work for him? To be honest, that zone's going to be pushing on in as effect goes down. Is it at the hands of Dagestan? No, it's not. It's MABETEX, but Obli goes ahead, takes that kill, stills it away from them. 6 eliminations, but it's just Kitsune left. Nade. Yes.
Oh my god.
Good nade.
Oh my god. No, not quite. Not quite though, because one of the Dagestan players had already entered the warehouse. The other had dipped away. Okay, he does get tickled by that quite heavily. Will he get knocked by that one? Yes, he will. Wow. The shrapnel damage does enough. But can Zadira, based off the information, peek through the doorway and find the remaining players shoot to kill? What that has done is that has allowed Kitsune to move in towards the other warehouse, but it's going to be up against the remaining players of the mind weapon. But Temp, you don't know who you're going up against, my friend. You're going up against one of the greatest players, one of the most experienced players in all of PUBG Mobile, Kitsune. And if you turn, if you shoot, you better damn believe you get that knock. Otherwise, you are going down, my friend. And he has been taught a very valuable lesson.
Me and Temp absolutely gonna be in his DMs after this, because wow, Kitsune with that reflex, though. You're absolutely right. Temp had no idea who he was dealing with. But does Zadira? That is the question. And the strats!
Look at that! The turnaround! Zadira! That's how you do it! Dagestan 77! Send a message to Team Spirit saying, hey, you've been keeping our spot in the overall standings warm. Thank you very much. We're going to take you out, and we are still in this game. 4 teams left, 9 players alive. It is most likely going to be a MABETEX chicken dinner. However, the focus on what we've just seen, on what that will do to the overall standings, is massive. KASIK are still in play. Neptor is tickled. She's entertained. So am I. This is insane.
I've never seen that before. Thank you, Zendira Senpai, for teaching all of us that trick. Everybody's gonna be using that. Sneaks, the Molotov goes a little too far to do any damage, but it just tells Sneaks that Zadira knows where he lives currently, right? He knows where he is currently, and Team KASIK as well.
Oh, that's a good one.
Gonna be looking, but that is a nice one.
Oh
just
my God.
not doing it though.
And then Sneaks is getting shot at by MABETEX on the other side. I feel sorry for the poor guy. Oh my god, the one thing for that the one tiny thing that benefits Zadira is, even though he's on the tiny part of the circle, it's a massive dip that overlooks the road, so he should be able to guarantee his team second place, right? In my opinion, that could be a near guaranteed second place. I know it's bold to say that, but yeah, because MABETEX and KASIK, they're gonna take each other out, and Zadira could even pop up and steal an elimination.
Yeah, exactly. The way MABETEX and Team KASIK are both doing this right now, the way they're both squabbling on their side of the road, gives Dagestan perfect ability to just sit tight and wait for that top 2 to come to him for absolute sure. Kenzo, though, with that nade, trying to get rid of Coopin. But can he do it? That is the question. Oh, that's good. Almost.
Dagestan came into this game 9 points behind Team Spirit at the top of the rankings.
Oh,
Every single placing point will count. So getting second place will be ever so beneficial. Maybe even stealing a chicken dinner to give 4 more placing points. The impossible could happen. Phase 9 Blue Zone is closing in, and Zadira makes it across the road, smokes his way. MABETEX are focused on KASIK. Unfortunately, they find him, and it's going to be a 3rd place finish for Zadira, but he can hold his head high. What he did against Kitsune was incredible. A definite nail in the coffin of that game for Team Spear. But now the final 2 break out inside the last circle of this game. KASIK against MABETEX.
Oh, done. Just like that. just like that. Sure, why not?
Yeah, I mean, MABETEX, and you called it, Neptora. Credit where it's due, you called it.
I did, in fact, call it. Yeah, I did. My camera is on. Is that Imperium's camera?
Mine is on.
Interesting.
Okay, that's weird.
Okay, anyway. Imperium's gonna fix that real quick, but yeah. I did call it just a little bit, but it's because we've seen it time and time again, right? When it comes to those Miramars, you have these weird zones. Everybody all piles on in one side of the zone, and then there's like 1 or 2 teams on the other side, on the complete opposite side of the circle, that are just able to just chill for a little while. And I did see that confidence in MABETEX when they were going up against NEXUS. I saw that mobility coming through from them, and we talked a little bit about how you can sometimes read how they're feeling through their gameplay. You can see it sometimes, and I definitely saw it in MABETEX that they were feeling really good about this game in particular. So I really did think that they had a real shot, and they pulled through. They got it.
Yeah, and we always got to understand that within like 99% of tournaments, when you've got kind of positions to be qualified, top 2, top 3, top 4, doesn't matter how it is, every single one of the teams will always be playing with pride, and they'll always want to end as strongly as possible, even if you're out of the mix. And MABETEX can be proud of that with this chicken dinner.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah,
sorry. Just making all kinds of noises over here. How? Okay.
Because that's the difference. That's the difference between placing points now compared to like 2 years ago. It's very little difference between kind of 5th, 4th, and 3rd, even arguably 2nd. But it's that chicken dinner does make those 4 extra points are game changers, and it wasn't meant to be for Dagestan, but still equaling Team Spirit in points, and 4 more than SPG and 6 more than NEXUS. That's still very valuable.
Absolutely. It is, but it's not enough to get rid of that 10-point difference, right? We're still going to be seeing a really nail-biting couple of games, because it is going to all come down to it. Even when NEXUS go out early, they still go out with a lot of points. 2 more games.
2 more games.
That's it.
2.
That's it.
That's it. And after Sanhok,
the next one's Sanhok.
1 more game.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous. You know, and as the top 4 remain so bunched together, it is probably going to come down to the final game. Incredible stuff, but we'll have to wait, of course, to get to that point. Let's head over to a break, and we will be back real quick for Sanhok.
Living on the front line, the struggle's all I know. Working hard to get mine, and never letting go. And nothing's gonna stop me. I gotta do the end. I'm gonna make you think twice if you come around and try me again. Yeah. Burn it up, got the fire in me. No one's stopping my victory. No dropping me to the ground, 'cause it's going down undefeated.
This is incredible. 2 more games to go in the PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA qualifiers for Europe. Let's have a look at the overall standings and you will be mind blown by what we are seeing. One thing we kind of got to remember, by the way, is that and I mentioned it, but I kind of want to highlight it even more, is that you only need to be second, right? You know, because the teams have been so close in the top 4, we've kind of been thinking, oh, who's going to come out on top? It only needs to be second. And look how close it is between Dagestan and NEXUS.
I mean, it isn't even close. It's the exact same. I just need to say this in case somebody's not watching or they missed it. NEXUS and Dagestan have the exact same amount of placement points, the exact same amount of elimination points. It is only NEXUS's 4 wins over Dagestan's 2 that is making this tiebreaker a tiebreaker at all. Otherwise, they are the identical team.
Yep.
Just identical. The other thing, Team Spirit and SBG both on 105 elimination points. I mean, I don't think Imperium, in all my years of watching, and I've watched since 2019, I've ever seen it this close.
It's incredible. First of all, NEXUS and Dagestan both on 69 placement points. Nice. 2, this is the first time in quite a while we've seen Team Spirit have such a big lead over the teams below them. One thing to point out.
True.
I know it wasn't a win, but it was still a really successful game for Team Spirit. They have a 9-point difference over second place. And then over fourth, it's kind of the biggest gap we've seen in a while at 17 points. That's still nothing, but it's just something to highlight compared to the 2 previous games that Team Spirit might be feeling a tiny bit more relaxed compared to the start of the previous game.
100%. I mean, the way the night has gone for them so far, we're 4 games in now, right? And Team Spirit have yet to have a bad game. They do have a 9-point lead, and I think they might also be feeling like some of these other teams are actually going to be squabbling amongst themselves for second place and not necessarily look to them all that much. So I could definitely see Team Spirit being in a much more relaxed place coming into Sanhok. But as I say that, it is Sanhok, and it is anybody's game because Sanhok is just Sanhok. It's how it is.
In the first Sanhok game, we saw Dagestan actually punish Team Spirit outside of boot camp early on. So I think Team Spirit will be maybe a little bit more aware of that. I'm curious on Team Spirit's thoughts, and I suppose Kitsune, as a more publicly vocal player, at least within the English community with his experience in North America, what his thoughts are on the fact that Team Spirit haven't won a chicken dinner so far in this tournament. Is that niggling at him as a player? Is it niggling at the team? Is it causing them to play a little bit different? Yeah, that is a big thought on my mind as the teams drop.
100%. That's actually a really good question. I really want to ask him that now, but maybe he will volunteer that information on social media somewhere. But Leo, and Spirit, Imperium.
No way. No way. We saw this in the first day of qualifiers, and I believe Leo Esports didn't hot drop after that. But we mentioned it. Nothing to lose. Everything to play for. Why not, says Leo Esports. If we're going to end, let's try to end on a high note.
Yeah, but that means like against the top 8. I don't know, not Team Spirit. Oh my goodness me, I was not expecting this at all. But Team Spirit have much to do here. Leo just gonna try and hold out this position a little bit. Team Spirit should be able to get this done, but those angles could be really good. No vest, no helmet.
I think Nomi was hoping to get a cheeky off-angle shot, but he's getting spotted out, and now he has to reposition somewhat. Phase 1, by the way, popped up, and it is south as the first knock comes through, and luckily for Spirit, it's in their favor. I don't know if they should go for the revive. They need to really counter this. Marin and but we aren't really doing anything. But Sanhok is under pressure. He gets knocked. The whole of Leo Esports need to respond more aggressively if they are going to turn these kind of fights around.
Just
Wait.
watching very tensely. What?
Do you hear the mind weapon? I'm taking shots in the background on that bootcamp hill. They haven't connected enough, but Spirit will probably... Actually, no. Spirit have lost 2 players. They're down to just 1, with 1 knocked.
What?
This is insane. Yeah.
What?
No way! Marin! What the hell?
No!
You butterscotch SOP. What? Like, I was so confident. To add context, by the way, I was so confident off the back of that initial double elimination by Team Spirit that they were going to win. I kind of wasn't really focusing on what was happening in the fight, and I was hearing and listening with the mind weapon, right? Getting involved potentially.
Right.
I don't know what went wrong exactly. But the leaders of the overall rankings are out. Out first with 2 eliminations. Now, Tori, give me something here because I've got nothing.
I don't know. The problem is that it's so close, right? So we did just get done saying that TS could absolutely have a worse game, but I didn't mean number 1.
No, Temp 1, Temp 2, Temp 3. Dagestan, the third place team in the overall rankings, equal points in Nexus. Lindo Boom goes down, and Sneak gets a full-on squad wipe with the help of Temp on the Dagestan 77. This is the teams that have nothing to lose, everything to play for. What are we witnessing?
Okay, so we've seen Dagestan and we've seen Team Spirit both go out to lower placed teams very quickly, fairly easily, right? It must be a mindset thing. It must be the Sanhok. They don't really care about the Sanhok. They're waiting for the Erangel.
No,
it must be...
no, I disagree. No, it's
they
not.
They got cocky?
I
don't know.
No, it's just the lower placed teams. The mind weapon never go to that specific trifecta area. Every single Sanhok game,
oh, you're right,
Dagestan have had free entry point. Again, other than qualification, Team Spirit have not been contested in bootcamp. That's simply
true.
The lower placed teams, nothing to lose, everything to play for, try and end on a high note. It's as simple as that, and that is a simple factor in these kind of tournaments. That's why you never count any team out within an individual game.
Right. I mean, I've just never seen it to that extent where the top 2 of the teams, the top 3 are taken out. Yeah. I've never seen that. Oh my goodness me.
Me either.
Wow. Okay. This just got so much more interesting. Nexus, meanwhile, are just chilling at the top of the map. They're still in their loot drop spot. They're fine. They've got nobody around them for miles and miles. SBG, on the other hand, have moved up to the boot camp hillside there, so that could be a really interesting spot. Interesting they've gone there because it's not center to the zone. It's gone to the southeast side, so it's not center. They've gone to this corner of boot camp, that side of zone. So that's interesting to see from them as 4RB just move straight through, and that's a 1 immediate knock from ALPI. Can it be a second? No, it cannot. Yes, it can!
4 Romanian boys getting brutalized by ALPI, caught out with their pants down, and okay, Bego takes a ton of damage, but he's able to heal on up inside the blue of phase 1. the northeastern edge of this circle. 4 Romanian boys looking for the revise, but that's a lovely nade. Gets one, finishes another off, and that's going to leave 4 Romanian boys down to just a solo.
Yeah, you're right. It's the lower place teams. There is no way 4B been quiet so far today, but they're still top 6. So, wow. Okay. ALPI doing good work. They've been a decent team the last 2 days. They've been doing some really good work. I've liked what I've seen from them. But this has to take the cake. Royal being the guy, but Nexus now strolling on up. They have no idea what's just occurred. They're just looking for points. But the thing is, in this economy, are they going to get them?
Oh my god. Like, I swear to God, these 3 days, or at least these past 2 days should be turned into a movie script, because chapter after chapter, we're getting cliffhanger after twist after cliffhanger. Like, this is like villain origin story stuff right now. Like, it's absolutely insane. And we're still not over. We still have the end of this game and the end of the next game, and ALPI being a thorn in the side for another Romanian team, and Nexus need to try and find this. Sanhok will go down, and not only will they pick up 2 eliminations, but more importantly, they will stay together as a full squad.
Yeah. As we've seen, that's super important. As SPG have 1 knockdown as well, they do get Narvello back up on his feet, so that's okay. But tell you what, I don't like their chances against even a duo of the Mind Weapon here. We saw what they did to Dagestan.
Just the Mind Weapon are 9 eliminations.
I know. That's so insane. Like, what? SPG, I think you need to turn around and go the other direction. This is not the duo for you today.
And look, to kind of, we touch upon it again, Sneaks is saying they just wanted to end into the top 8 and have fun and play without any real pressure. And this is the result of it, right? 9 eliminations in this Sanhok game. They are having fun. They currently find themselves in 14th. They still have an opportunity to break into the top 8 with 2 games to go. So yeah, SPG still alive. Nexus is still alive, but they're in the blue. We are down to 12 teams of 39 players, by the way. So again, the entry point for Nexus will, within reason, be a little bit easier per se compared to other Sanhok games.
Shockwave, they're in zone. They're trying to control this hill, which is actually a really important position for them, I think. They're looking over towards Team KASIK as they roll in now over the side of to the south side of the quarry area, but you do have MABETEX right behind Shockwave as well. So you will be having a little bit of that sandwich position coming in there. Lithuania could make everybody's life misery, but I think they're going to stop short at quarry, at those compounds a little bit, try and control that area. Interesting that no one is in Painan this time.
Yeah, that's actually true. Really well observed. Plenty of open space on the previous circle in towards the north hillside of quarry, but that's now out of bounds, and Painan could be the perfect place for SPG to rotate to. They won't really be too heavily punished, presuming they have vehicles to use against the Mind Weapon, and it'll be a great area for them to control the teams on the North Hill side and close to the river.
I really hope the Mind Weapon go for staying on that same side of the island that they're on and not crossing now, because that would not go in their favor. Shockwave and KASIK.
Yeah, Azer gets 1, Azer gets 2, and although I don't agree with this push that Shockwave did, again, it was at least as a team, and they only suffered 1 casualty, so credit where it's due. The one thing that I probably should have considered for SPG and their thought process of moving into Painan is they could quite easily presume that a team is already there, right? Because that's what we've seen in other Sanhok games.
That's what we saw in the first Sanhok of the day, right? There were 2 teams in there, let alone 1. So definitely see the hesitation coming through here. Could prove a little bit of an issue for the Mind Weapon, who might get gate kept a little bit on that bridge. So they need to move fairly quickly right now. Leo as well, just now making it out of the boot camp area, but it is all eyes on Nexus as they are on that cave area. They're looking to come into zone, but so is Lithuania.
By the way, you can see the overall rankings live at the top of your screens for anybody watching. So as Nexus rack up another point here, another point there, as SPG hopefully do the same, they will get closer to both Dagestan and Team Spirit. Nexus make a push. They opted to wrap around on towards the southeastern edge of the circle, move ahead of Lithuania, and get close to the Nameless. But the Nameless have their own battle in the hands of MABETEX.
TNL actually moving as a group for once. We don't see this super often with them, as Psyox is the last man standing, and down he goes. GG's. But Nexus are waiting in the wings. TNL better be very careful how they do this one. But Nexus too busy to be looking down. They're looking across. STK next down their sights.
Yeah, Nexus need to really stick together. This hill is very precarious, and it can quite easily be third-partied, right? You can get caught out, so sticking together is quite valuable, and not being spread too thinly will be, in my opinion, Nexus's best port of call. You have that little bit of hard cover in the mini valley per se, but outside of that, it's quite open, especially with this kind of circle shifting up north.
I feel bad for the Mind Weapon. They're the only team that are completely messed up by this zone. But you know what? That's the challenge of the game. You got to make it work.
Yeah.
Rush team could be just a little too busy with the teams to the north side to really worry about them. But Lithuania, they had 2 taken from them by Nexus. They're looking for a little bit of a revenge play while Nexus are inside this little dip. It could be really good if Silence and Woodson could try and get up across and above them a little bit, but I don't think that is going to happen. They're going to have to try and go for the north side instead.
Nexus can't let Silence get to the warehouse. If they do, it's going to be so much harder for them to take him out, and unfortunately they kind of, I think they have, not quite sure if he's got there right now, but again, I still think Nexus are being quite disciplined. They're still in the circle. They know where the Nameless are. They have information, and often that's way more important than being in a good position, is having the information and being able to do something with it.
Leo feeling pretty good about their altercation in boot camp. They're still out here as a duo, but TNL still trying to defend themselves here against Shockwave. The Nameless just
Deja
up
vu?
to 2 eliminations. Yeah, it really is. As Azer, Seiko, they all go down, and Shockwave is the last man to fall there. 4 eliminations, but it's not over for TNL yet. 1 does go down. It's just down to 2 more against Nexus.
Oh, lovely shots by Doran. Doesn't quite get the second knock, though. They need to push in, right, and clear out a damage the Nameless. They know that Silence is on the opposite end, Lithuania. Innate gets chucked in. This is the right way to push in. Juzo goes down. Just 1 more left. And let's be fair, Nexus are up to 5 eliminations. Wow. Make that 8. They are rocking it up in Sanhok.
If Nexus in the final 2 games take that win, that pole position.
Oh no!
Nice from Silence. Excellent work from them.
Understanding though that Lithuania were more likely going to breach the top of the hill. I know they lost Kapahala. I don't think that was their fault, and that was still a great response from Nexus.
Yeah, really, really good. But I love that from Lithuania. That's what I wanted them to do in the first place. Really, GG's to wait until they were already engaged to try and distract them. Nicely done, but Nexus just too good. Just too good for that. They had that reaction time and they responded really well, as you said. The Mind Weapon were able to get inside of Painan here, but can they get much further? I really don't know. They got rushed just inside a zone. They got SBG up on top. It's not going to be easy for them.
So, talk about twists and turns. In the previous game, we saw Nexus and SPG go out early with minimal points, right? In this game, Team Spirit and Dagestan 77 go out early with minimal points. It is absolutely amazing. Wow. Just when we think it's going in one direction, it switches completely around, and SPG have a good angle, a good spot, a good position on top of this North Painan Hill, wipe out the Mind Weapon, and now we're left with just 4 teams in Phase 5. This Sanhok game is crazy.
The Mind Weapon with that top 5. GG's, my guys. So good from the UK team. Love to see that coming in from them. Rush, though, again, here in that top 4 position. They've done so well. STK in the top 4 again for the second time today. So that's a really good result from them as well. But Nexus, they are here. SBG, they are here. Nexus, interestingly, going for that south side, down for the lower ground position, trying to get rid of Rush before it's too late, whereas SPG continued to stay in that northern side, in the high ground.
The thing that makes his endgame so interesting is that's 4v4, v3, v3. So right now, there's no solos, there's no 2-person teams. It's kind of core sets of teams. You can see that whittle down as Mori takes shots on the Redox. Luckily, Redox is able to move around. Goes into the passenger seat. And I think Mori thought that might have been the case, but doesn't take the shots. And Doran will be able to pull off a first aid. Sorry, Redox, not Doran.
This hillside's so tough. It's really tough. Those teeny tiny trees give you hardly cover at all. It's far better to be in the grass, really, and be unseen, as we've seen some do. But a beautiful little knock. Oh, Doran, and that's the push. That has to be. Or not.
But they go as a 2-person team, and then they separate. Exo Machina from the high ground as well needs to do something to push back the members of Rush and give his teammates an element of space. And now he's going to pull in, but he's going to get knocked down by Poke on the other side. There's not much Nexus can really do in this moment. They're trying with every inch to get back into this, but Russia mounting a fantastic defense. It's just Redox left alive. Will he be able to pull off a first aid? Yes, he will. And now as he goes to bat down the hill, he's going to get found at Redox. That's going to be it. Nexus are eliminated, but it is 9 eliminations in this game and the top 4 finish. That's a hell of a Sanhok game.
Amazing stuff coming in from them. STK now feeling a little bit of the problem that is SPG. A really nice knock goes down onto Aztec. English went down to the zone, so already STK at a major disadvantage.
Now it is up to SPG to get up as many elimination points and, more importantly, take this chicken dinner. Again, I remind you guys, there's 4 points in placements between second place and first place. If you get to win, you get 10 points. If you get second, you only get 6. It should not be 6, 6, 6. It needs to be win, win, win for SPG, but they lose a player and it's 2 left. But if one man's going to turn it around, it's going to be Robs in through the blue. He battles through Victor on the other side, and A goes out. Rob's under pressure on towards the high ground of the rock. Victor finds Matana. Mori now is the one to be pressured, and it's 1v1. Victor, one of the most powerful exciting individual players. I've known this guy for years, way back in 2020 when he played for Red Reserve, and he shone then, he's shone now, and he shined for SPG, and it's gonna be an SPG chicken dinner.
What was that game? What was it? SPG, I said this in break, right? I said SPG need a win because they're falling down. The points are so close, and they do it. In the Sanhok, they had the position, they allowed teams to do their thing, and they just waited. They waited for that opportunity. I gotta hand it to Rush, though. Rush had a phenomenal game there. They really did their best. They had that disadvantage, and they nearly did it. I will give them that. If it hadn't been Victor, then I think they probably would have had that. If it hadn't been the Victor-Robs duo. But oh my god.
Oh my god. I'm just like my hand is like visibly shaking at just what's happening.
I feel nauseous, man.
Because as kind of commentators, we do our best to tell stories, to build excitement, to, you know, speak about these moments in the best way possible. But sometimes words aren't needed. And I kind of feel that what we witnessed throughout today and the changes of craziness don't need words. Just enjoy it, appreciate it, feel it. And SPG feel that game and they get 19 points. But again, Nexus with 4 placements and 9 eliminations, that's 13.
Wow. I mean, SPG with the loss of Dagestan and Team Spirit coming in here, they have every shot in the world of making top 2 in this game ahead of game 6. But Nexus, I think they're just that much further ahead that the second place in terms of match points versus first is really not going to make that much of a difference.
Dagestan 77, 1 point Team Spirit with 2. It's very, very rare we see these two teams down in the bottom half of a match rank standings. And here's the thing. If that happened in Sanhok, I know Sanhok is a smaller map. What can we expect to happen in the final game of the tournament? The next game is a final game. That's it. No more chances. No more opportunities.
That's crazy.
It's incredible.
Yeah. It is. I got nothing. Imperium, I got nothing. It speaks for itself.
No, I don't blame you. Let's go for a break. Do not go anywhere, guys. We will be back for the final game of the PMSL EMEA qualifiers for Europe. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. We are heading into our final game of the PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA qualifiers for Europe. After 17 games, the last one will be 18, and this will be it. 2 spots are available for the PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA. And what a journey it's been. If there is ever a time, by the way, to join in on the conversation, it's now. Use the hashtag PMSL EMEA qualifiers for EU and let us know how crazy you think these finals have been. Because by God, if it's the same as what we've thought, it will be wow, oh my God, crazy, unbelievable. YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, join the conversation. And without further ado, Neptura, let's have a look at the overall standings.
Let's look. Let's admire. Oh my God, it's Nexus on top, but only by 2 points. And look who's tied this time. It's SBG and Team Spirit. Team Spirit just falling from top to third, but only by 2 points. Imperium, what is happening?
I asked, will the dam be broken? Can Team Spirit deal with the flood of pressure from behind them leading out through today's games? It may have taken 5 games, but it's happened. They've dropped down the chasm, and okay, it's only by officially 2 points, but it's still out of the top 2. And for Dagestan 77, they've tickled themselves close to the top 2. They've been so close, like a kid to a donut, just reaching out for the top 2. And they're so damn close, but they only have one more opportunity.
Yeah, it's really, it's really giving the Ice Age squirrel thing and the acorn. That's Dagestan to the top 2 right now.
Exactly.
I haven't been watching Ice Age today. It's fine. But it absolutely is that way.
There was a clip. By the way, there was a clip where he finally got the acorn.
Yes.
I don't know if that's anonymous. Will Dagestan finally get their acorn?
I mean, it's possible, right? 10 points between them and that spot that they're so coveting right now. It is absolutely possible, all in this one game. I mean, Erangel is the OG. You said it before, right? These teams know their stuff. They know what they're doing. But what they don't know are these teams. Leo for boot camp since when? Not since qualifiers, as you pointed out. Temp and the Mind Weapon never gone to the trifecta area. That's Dagestan's spot. So what is going to happen in this Erangel? Yes, you have that predictability of the strategies and the circles and blah, blah, blah. But you don't have it in the teams, and that's what we've got to watch right now.
Every single second is going to count. Every single movement, every single step, every single inch, every single breath that these players take are going to count. Right from the second this plane starts to move. Luckily, it's a very healthy plane path. Somewhat down the middle. It's a bit diagonal, but gives great scope for all these teams to get to where they want to. But here's the thing. Where they want to go in previous games might not be where they want to go in this final game.
I am legitimately feeling slightly ill right now. This is just insane. It's never been this close for top 2. And we already see changes. Already. Where are Lithuania going? Are they dropping school? Because, oh my God, Dagestan go school. That would be definitely something to start off the last game, the final game. As you said, there's no takesies backsies. There's no, oh, try in the next game. This is it. This is everything. A player goes out now. He just has to wait and hope and pray that they've done enough. And for some of these teams, it will not go that way. The zone helps not a whole lot. Taking a little bit of water, going up to Zarky. Since when do we see Zarky come into play?
Not often, but if there is a game for it to come into play, it would be this last game.
It's this one, yeah.
One thing that I notice is NEXUS are playing very, very well initially by dropping on the western side of the map. Dropping
Ooh.
east with KASIK and Shoot to Kill would genuinely have been quite difficult. The one risk right now is that the Mind Weapon, a team that took down Dagestan, got 9 eliminations in the previous game, are in the mix, and they have to take down this 10-player as quickly as possible. I don't think the Mind Weapon will push in, but maybe they will. Maybe they'll just go in full send it. Why not? And try and look for revenge. And SBG.
SBG. Oh.
What the?
Oh. I'm really... Okay. I feel it feels bad, man, for Temp. Big GG player over there, and he goes out first. That's a big rip for him, but you know what? He can still offer his assistance from the sidelines, from the grave, as it were. But SBG been hot dropped a little bit by the Nameless. The Nameless, definitely one of those teams that are going to be kind of going, oi, you know, let's go and hot drop a team. They have given 1 point over to SPG though, so both Nexus and SPG up to 1 point each.
That still makes the gap 2 points, and I'm not gonna like do this for the whole map, by the way, because I don't want to like I don't want to calculate stuff in towards the tail end. But right now it's still 2 points difference between first and second, and to be fair for SPG, they now have a point gap over Team Spirit in third.
I'm hiding behind my microphone. That was such a risky play, but I think they've just managed it. Oh my goodness me. They are just going to move ahead over to Yasnaya, not worry about anybody at the moment. Interesting. Lithuania still over by Rozhok. They've taken that western side, so they're looking to gatekeep a little bit here when it comes to teams starting to move in. They've got Dagestan and ALPI both having to come in fairly soon. So we will be seeing something coming in from Lithuania, and I like the aggression.
Yeah, it's good to see. Never giving up until the end. At the end of the day, every single one of these teams can be proud heading into this final game of what they've done across all 6 of these days, right? It all started last week with 24 teams. 16 of them moved into these 3 days of games, and again, whether it's been 16th or 1st, I genuinely believe that all these teams can be proud, and certainly I can say it's been an honor to commentate all of these games and tell little intricate parts of the stories, you know, highlight all of these teams in small ways, and again, build it up, improve for next time, and we'd love to see you all in the PUBG Mobile Super League next year, for example.
100%. I'm totally with you on that one. It's been such a journey the last couple of weeks, from Team Spirit not really looking their best to, you know, dominating the lobby with 0 wins. And then you have SBG coming in here, just been on fire for 6 days straight. TNL now having to try and move in. They're chasing down SBG. That is very interesting. That is some last game vibes, if there ever were any.
The hunters become the hunted, per se. This will slow SPG down a little bit. In the previous Erangel game, they moved away from Yasnaya quite early, and they kind of occupied a little bit of shooting hill. I will make note that this phase 1 is a bit more west compared to the last Erangel game, so it does not only take a bit of landmass away, but it takes even the north of the river. High ground and control a bit more away from a controlling early game position, at least in terms of just preparing for phase 2, phase 3. So yeah, SPG, yeah, again, I said every single breath, every single step is going to count right from the offset, and we're seeing it right now.
Tell you what, oh, interesting. We did see Dagestan start to make that rotation early on, right? They did make it past Lithuania by quite a long shot, and they're now on top of Everest in this zone.
Wow.
So Dagestan feeling very chill right now. Very nice indeed. Nexus, I got to give it to them as well. Really nice split across that bottom side. We'll have to group up in a little bit, but that is not a problem. It might become a problem if Spirit go a little too far. They're starting their trajectory
True.
now, entering zone. Just a few feet more, and they could be in a real bad place.
Dagestan want to be the kings of the mountain, both in-game and in the overall standings. And what a way to set themselves up. Difficult area of the map to control, to be fair, especially in this early part of the game. But we'll see what they can do with this Spirit moving around, looking for information, scouting, trying to just find a core spot inside this first circle. Plenty of space around them, though.
Oh, you aren't gonna win like that,
We didn't see that.
Oh
We
my
didn't see
goodness, we didn't. No, I think it was 2 of them that did that, but no, they didn't. It's fine. Rush. Tell you what, second place in that last Sanhok. They need to start picking up a little bit of steam if they want to continue that trajectory. But they're looking good so far. South Georgia Pole looking really nice and central for them as the zone starts to close in. I do worry about SPG, though. They're getting held out a little too long by the Nameless. They need to either disengage, which shouldn't be too hard to do, or take the fight.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Phase 2 especially going north, they will look at that and go, oh, crap, if we had have moved away, they'd be in a wonderful position inside the circle, right? It's great for Shockwave. I like where Lithuania are placed, right? We've talked about that position around Watertown and the compound across the way. It gives them great scope. It's a tough shift for Spirit Nexus and even to an extent Dagestan 77.
Spirit now moving up into that Everest area, at least down to the western side, the lowland. They don't look to be going up there, but they're still in between Nexus and Dagestan. So very, very tense positioning coming in from Team Spirit. They're just trying to do their absolute best, but it's gonna be hard in this zone. It's so flat out here. I don't like it. I really don't, but we'll see what they can do with it. Nexus lagging a little bit behind here, just playing it very calculated. As you've said this entire day, we've seen them do really slow, really calculated positionings going forward, and Team Spirit might just be on the losing end of that if they come up to each other.
I think Spirit are going for a South George Pool crates position. That's safe for the next kind of couple of circles, but definitely not the nicest spot to be in my opinion. But I think there's an element of them being forced there, having Dagestan rotate early on Everest, right? Nexus behind them, and that circular shift as well on phase 2. Yeah, I think it was just the best. If you're going to go for a deep push into the circle, it was the safest deep push.
Absolutely. I agree. They might even try and let teams go past them a little bit. Try and do another late rotation and try and see which teams actually fall down ahead of them. That might be able to give them an opening, but Effect cannot show himself. Dagestan have too good of an opening onto them. And look at that split from Dagestan. It's just peas in a pod, man. Look at that.
Yeah.
Looking so good, so confident, so strong coming into this next stage of the game. As we see SPG and TNL, they have moved away. They have, but they're both going for northern things. So they probably will meet again. Meanwhile, MABETEX getting found out a little bit by Nexus, and Nexus are on the charge.
Well, Nexus were moving ahead, and MABETEX tried to wrap around, obviously behind them, and Nexus having their backs covered quite effectively, and it seems like they're going to go for the push. Dorn is behind them inside that compound. Shots are being pushed in. Exo Machina finds another player. Sire needs to bow down. Yes, he does indeed. Steps back up. Kenzo fires back. The revive was laid out, so it's still only one player from MABETEX confirmed down. But now Oren's going to get knocked, traded at least. Nexus cannot afford to lose players in this one as Kapahala gets knocked. It's 2v2, or should I say 2v1, as Kenzo is going to get taken out, and luckily for Nexus, they will get the eliminations. They will stay up as a full squad. On a side note, by the way, Phase 3 shifted heavily up the northeast.
That was so tense for Nexus. For just a small moment, it was actually possible that they were going to go out there, and I was just like, no way. But no, they remain full squad up, 5 eliminations to their name. SBG, don't go anywhere near this house. The Nameless are waiting for you, just as they were waiting for you in Yaz as well. But SBG, look how mobile they are. I love the car meta. It's so much fun to watch them just rolling through. We saw them roll straight through Team Spirit. Can they roll through Shockwave as they come in? This is the clash.
They got to know that this is kind of Shockwave's hillside, and with the circles in the previous shift and this current shift going up north, yeah, they got to be aware that Shockwave is lingering in around this direction. I think they're aware of that. Shockwave not really in a position to fight in their own right. They were all in vehicles, so luckily SPG aren't punished for a little bit of a risky move in around the shooting range hill area, and they're getting away with it for the time being. My God, my legs are shaking, my knees are weak, my arms are heavy, mom's spaghetti. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Dagestan no longer in their strong position. They have to come down off that mountain eventually. Nexus still in the blue coming in here. They're trying to go, I think, probably across. Oh no, Imperium Nexus. They're going to go for the Georgia Pole Bridge. They're going in from the north side. But what they don't know is that there's already so many teams there. 4RB, Team Spirit are up there, as are SBG.
At the end of the day, there's nowhere really to go, right? Because the center of the circle involves water, the river, that little island, right? You have to play edge, and I still think it's the best of a worst situation for Nexus to move across to the north side of the river through North George. It's just about what they can do coming into the next circle. That, oh my God, shit's heavy down south. And by the way, I've made note of this compound, of this position, and I haven't really talked about it. ALPI are in the perfect compound on that bridge position, but now Nexus going up against Team Spirit, 2 of the top 4 teams. Nexus are being brutalized. Just Kapahala left alive, 5 eliminations. His last breath dies down, and Spirit wipe out Nexus in this game. Are Nexus out of the PUBG Mobile Super League? And the questions could be answered as well, as SPG are getting battered and bruised. They're down to just one player. Robs, the Nameless, chased them, hunted, prowled, didn't let them move an inch, followed them into the circle. But SPG are still alive, and they're up to 6 eliminations, while Team Spirit, they lie on 5. My heart, my soul, Neptura.
Same. I'm having such a hard time actually being a professional caster right now, because I could be an excited spectator at the same time. It's insane. SPG up to 6 eliminations. Team Spirit up to 5, but somehow they've got 2 knocked. One of them did go down to the zone, so I don't know what's happening there. But something is happening. There they go. They're back up to 4. That's okay. That's all good to go. But Nexus going out just like that. They were only 2 points ahead of everybody else. It's not a good look for them. Yes, they have those 5 eliminations, but look who is still here.
Oh my God.
All 3.
Oh my God.
But maybe not for long.
Shockwave Shockwave going up against SBG. Victor is down. Another player is down. Robs is trying to back away. That's Narvalo in through the smoke. Finds one, finds two, finds three, finds four, finds the squad right. Keeps themselves alive. SBG 9 eliminations. France on top.
The Nameless. What are you doing? Okay. Okay. The Nameless.
What is happening?
What is happening? Robs. Just down to a solo. He does have a vehicle. That's nice. Good for him. But he's in the blue. He cannot go out now. It is survival at this point. Yes, they have 9 eliminations, but with Team Spirit doing good work, Dagestan still in the mix, they cannot leave anything up to chance. Team Spirit, though, another elimination on the board, possibly coming in there. That is the knock in the river. Rush team underneath the bridge. It's all they can do to stay alive. The bridge is such a dangerous position to be in, but S2 looking across, make sure Team Spirit can't do that much.
That's the thing, we haven't mentioned Dagestan 77 that much. But they are still in this game. Down to 3 players, but with 2 eliminations. You're on the southwestern edge of the circle, still on the tail end of Everest. They've stayed there. The circle has somewhat benefited them as it's ping-ponged, jazzed around, and where will they lie? Where will they stand as the next circle centers up? It does stay to the south of the river. Robs, the last member from SPG, has a journey to make it into the edge of the circle, while Dagestan 77 finds another one against Dagestan.
You're right. I mean, I was just trying to figure out how SBG actually move in. I think it's creeping along that coastline, maybe in the water even. Just some rock and just hide behind it, and that is it.
You know what?
Dagestan now, huh?
He should just swim. Just swim.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think at this point,
Become
it's all he can do. Mm-hmm. Yeah, do a little bit of the Avatar too, if you've seen that movie.
No, I haven't.
But
It's
no,
a
absolutely.
terrible reference, though.
Oh, sorry, my bad. But
It's okay.
we move on. KASIK. I will say KASIK are in a great spot. This area above ruins is actually really hilly. Got lots of good cover and really great view of the river. So you could see some really cool stuff coming in from them. However, Dagestan might look to take that position over. If Dagestan take that position, then maybe we could see Dagestan have a really, really strong game, but it looks like they're going to go to that northern side potentially instead, which is also decent. If they can take S2, perhaps, something like that, it could be good for them. But no, Dagestan will be going down to the south side, it looks like.
Yeah, Rob's got in the vehicle and drove into the water, and obviously the benefit of being in the water, when you're in the vehicle, as the passengers are able to heal up while being inside the vehicle. So a bit of sustainability is there for Robs, but how long will it last? Will he be spotted by Rush? Will he be spotted by Team Spirit? Team Spirit still in this game as a 3-man team, up to 6 eliminations. They were knocked out of the top 2 after the last game, after going down early in boot camp. But will they finally grab a chicken dinner in these finals? 17 games with 0 chicken dinners, but consistency always in it, racking up eliminations, racking up placement points. But the one thing that's eluded them is a first place win.
Imagine if they wait until now to do it. Robs, what you doing? Robs? Oh, that's what he's doing.
Spotted.
He's getting naded. A little bit there. Ooh,
Yeah.
Does get it done, though. Just gonna move away
has to
from that
move away.
location.
But for
Thank
how
you.
long?
Oh.
Remember, you have to get up for air.
Yeah. I mean, he's in the placement points, right?
No way.
And he makes
no
it.
way. He's made it to the rock. And he's going to opt to cook up a grenade. He has no healing. That's the thing.
No healing.
He's got the nade first. It's a little bit too short. Poca will find it. That's going to be the end of SPG. That's going to be the end of Rob's. A valiant effort. Well, it was a Metana from across the way. That's what found him on the off angle. Still 9 eliminations and placement points. We will not mention how many points he's gotten. You can't see live overall rankings. And right now they find themselves first, but for how long? Because Team Spirit and Dagestan 77 are still in this game. There's a limited amount of eliminations left in this game, but only 19 players left in the game. And as Zadira drives around with his teammate in the passenger seat looking for KASIK.
Oh, it's Dagestan. Just up to 2 at the moment. KASIK have got a really good defense. I have to give him that. They've been so good at defending their position for so long. But is it... Can they continue it against Dagestan? I mean, Dagestan have done such a good work so far. They've been so aggressive, but KASIK have been as aggressive in their defense, if that makes any sense. But they're holed up behind a rock.
Yeah. They've had angles, but now the 2 remaining players are together and gatekeeping the members of Dagestan 77 into the circle. Plus, you have to contend with Rush and ALPI as well further into the circle. Spirit still hold a 2-1 split either side of the river, which I think is absolutely fantastic. Not putting all their eggs in one basket. As Sheepa gets knocked, that's going to be KASIK again under pressure.
I think it's more than pressure. That's going to be another pretty good nade, but he does get that heal off in time. Coopin is okay. He's cooped up, but he's being okay until he's not, and it is going to be Zadira to take him on down. So that is KASIK out. GG's KASIK. You fought a really good fight there. 6 eliminations and a couple placement points going his way. Nicely done there. GG's. But now, Imperium. It's the top 5 of the final game.
It's the top 5.
Look who's in it.
And Dagestan and Spirit are still in it. You have ALPI in the dead center, but they are locked into a sniper tower. They can barely peek. They can barely move. And phase 6 is about to turn into phase 7. S2 are still in the mix, and they could be the team to shut down Spirit. But of course, Spirit have the low ground of that river on their side.
You're right, yeah, this is where low ground does come into play, especially when you've got a team like S2 looking down at you. You gotta have to be really, really careful, and that ridge is going to allow you some sort of cover, at least to try and take out some of these river teams. You can see effect there. Yeah, no one can see him from that vantage point, but he can potentially see Rush if they push a little too far. ALPI full sent across the river into that one little tiny watchtower, guard tower, whatever you want to call it. But they are in zone, and that's all that matters. No one's pushed them. They are in zone.
If I was Kitsune, I'd wait until as late as possible to move down across the river. I think that across the river position on the high ground, okay, yeah, he's been spotted out because he tried to move too early. And with the smokes, his position was compromised. But if they had left it to later, S2 might have been distracted a little bit more heavily. Slight mistake, in my opinion, from Team Spirit. But they still have 2 players alive inside the circle. And Dagestan, they have a player knocked. Hopefully the revive is pulled off. Rush is stopping them in their tracks, and they're not in the circle yet.
I love these drone shots here. You can really see how these teams are actually playing, how they're maneuvering. Limbo Boom, again, looking very aggressive, but he gets taken down by ALPI.
Yeah.
ALPI of all teams. Oh my goodness, and S2 steals that elimination, so no point for ALPI at all, but Rush still down to 1 as Dagestan try and take out 1 or 2 of ALPI, but it's not going to happen. Magnum now goes down. It's just Zadira left, Imperium.
If you're going to go for that move, it should have been all 3 together in separate vehicles, whereas 1 by 1 just made it a little bit too easy to target that individual player. I understand what they were going for, but again, they're stuck Okay, 6 first aids for Zadira will sustain him for a little bit, but this is phase 7. You can see his health whittling down. He manages to pull that one off, but I don't know if he'll get much more off. Maybe one more first aid, but he's going to have to move in. I think he's going to wait until the very end. You can see Fank with that 6x waiting. Go on. Try and move, mate. Try and move. And Dagestan 77. Zadira waiting until his last breath will go down. Might be helped by a distraction onto Rush, but you can see Alpi finishes Matanda off as quickly as that. And that's going to be Zadira out. That is Dagestan 78-7 finished in the top 5, but they did grab a couple of eliminations. Where will that leave them in the overall standings? We'll have to wait and find out as Spirit Effect is knocked.
S2 are going to have to move at some point.
No way!
Naomi! He goes out! Rush! Again, coming in here, but I tell you what, Team Spirit, 4th place, 6 eliminations. They went this entire weekend without a single win.
I'm saying absolutely nothing. Let's just play out the ending of this final game in a deserving way of these 3 teams. They're not in the running for PMSL, but they've given us a hell of a show. ALPI, S2 and Rush. Incidentally, S2 and Rush were 2 teams that performed very well in the qualifying stage. We expected bigger things, but it wasn't meant to be. However, in this final game, as the push comes in, S2 being battered, being bruised, while the last player, Rush, stays down inside the circle. What else is there to say as S2 crawled their way in? The shots through the smoke. Jakey trying to be snaky. Well, Kai moves around, uses the rock, the car to try and keep himself in, but it's not going to be. I don't think any more smokes from Jakey will leave an open position between himself and the edge of the circle. Again, Strict is still in play. Phase 9 closing in. That's the end of S2, 3rd in this game. Valiant effort, but finally ALPI. What a journey they've had. They scraped into this finals with 0 control as it came down to that last game, but they've done everything they can to take full advantage. But now, as the move comes in, Strict finds one. He's going to look for a second on the edge of the rock. Can't find it as the ALPI player moves in on towards the side of the rock. Switches over to the left-hand side of the smoke. Sandrick is going to find him. He gets the final kill. And ALPI get a chicken dinner.
Well done. Well done, guys. What a game. What a game from ALPI, their first win of the weekend in that last game. S2 coming in there in 3rd, and of course Rush coming in 2nd as well. But ALPI, they stayed in the middle. They are the kings of these river compounds, these river areas. We see them there all the time, and it's finally paid off for them. GG's ALPI, well played this weekend.
But this is it, right? The answer we've all been waiting for. Who are the 2 teams that have made it into the PMSL? It is going to be SBG and Team Spirit on equal points.
On a tie. Team Spirit losing their top position. But I have to say, it doesn't matter. Top 2 with 0 wins on a tie with a team who has won 3. Nexus Gaming losing out by 3 points after 4 wins. It's just... wow.
SBG and Team Spirit, they were the 2 teams coming into the finals with the most amount of pressure, arguably, right? They're heavy hitters. They have PMGC experience. Kitsune is one of the most popular players in the world of PUBG Mobile. And there was a lot on their backs that pressure that they had to carry into these finals. And they got the job done. Commiserations about Nexus and Dagestan 77.
Yeah.
So close. Nexus topped the rankings coming into this game.
Yeah.
But it just wasn't meant to be.
It wasn't, because they did so much. They've come so far in the last 2 days. And to only be out by 3 points, right? If Team Spirit had not had that good job, if SBG had gone out when they were supposed to, the first fight they went out to nearly, one player-ish,
exactly,
that sort of thing, it would have been a whole different story. But it's just nothing they could have done about it. I mean, but we go down the list, right? And GG's to all of these players. They've done such a fantastic job. Lithuania, STK coming in the final moments here, the final day to right some wrongs, and of course, Mind Weapon. I mean, shout out to them. That Dagestan, Dagestan elimination there was really fun to watch. So, GG's from all of these teams. They've done such a good job this weekend.
18 games and the top 2 end on equal points. That's incredible. And I don't say this with the happiest motion as an appreciator of the likes of Nexus, but arguably it was the 2 teams that deserved it the most. If you look back at the qualifiers, they were the 2 most consistently performing teams overall in the qualifiers. Team Spirit stood it at the start, but the day 2 of their qualifiers were absolutely incredible. And I think all the fans out there will be shouting appreciation at both of these teams by joining in on the conversation, using the hashtag PMSL EMEA qualifiers EU, as the 2 teams have qualified for the PUBG Mobile Super League.
What a night. What a night. I don't think yesterday we could have expected anything like this, right?
No.
Even though we knew it was going to be really crazy, there was nothing that prepared us for top 4 being within 10 points of each other the entire night, including multiple ties.
It's been over a year since I commentated an official PUBG Mobile tournament. But what a way for me to come back. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much to every single one of these teams. To all the production, by the way, in the back end. They've done a wonderful job. Michael on production. You have Bill. You have Christoph. You have Matt. Ayub as well. Head of Tencent. All incredible work from behind the scenes. To all the teams that participated. To all the fans for your support in general. It's absolutely incredible. Natura, I don't think we could have asked for a better tournament to commentate together.
No, we couldn't have. It was been so much fun from start to finish. We've had so many amazing moments, such fun as well, and it's been so nice being with the chat, being with the spectators, watching what they have to say as the things happen, during break and everything. And yeah, as you said, it's been so much fun hanging out with the producers and watching this game together with you, Imperium. It's been a pleasure. It's been so much fun.
This game will always be driven by passion, and I believe this final was 100% driven by passion on the 2 teams that have made it through. Congratulations once again to both SBG and Team Spirit. We all very much look forward to seeing you perform against the other titans in the PUBG Mobile Super League. Thank you for tuning in. Have a wonderful evening and see you all in the future.